Welcome to COP28 and the Nordic Pavilion, focusing today on the food value chain. And this first session will talk about how a phosphorus flow can be managed by not using virgin resources, instead using recycled resources. We will start with something that we did in New York. We launched the 10 billion challenge, focusing on how we can feed the planet in 2050 when we have 10 billion people on the planet and 70% live in cities. Of course, we have challenges. It's not just about the environmental perspective. It is about the climate perspective. And we also see specific reasons why it's important also to extract the resources, especially nitrogen and phosphorus. So I think we'll kick off with an introduction from Professor Sara Cornell from Stockholm Resilience Center, talking about the challenges with one of the planetary boundaries, and that's more specific, the biochemical flows, phosphorus and nitrogen.
Hello, I'm Sara Cornell, a sustainability scientist at the Stockholm Resilience Center in Sweden. For the past 12 years, I've worked to strengthen the international research community that develops and applies the Planetary Boundaries Framework. Earlier this year, several of us from that scientific community published the latest assessment of the Planetary Boundaries Framework in an article led by Catherine Richardson, head of Copenhagen's Sustainability Science Center. So, what are planetary boundaries? The framework shown in this visualization is like a dashboard of Earth system dynamics. Its metrics give a very long-term, large-scale perspective on sustainability that we think complements local and sectoral impact indicators that are very widely in use already. Each wedge in the visualization shows a process of human-driven global environmental change. And the shift away from green to orange marks a shift away from long-term planetary stability and resilience. Right now, the activities of today's societies are driving a shift to more unstable and less predictable environmental conditions. Now, of course, we're talking about the resource misuse, the waste and the pollution that is caused mainly by the wealthiest and most industrialized societies in the world. Embedded in the Planetary Boundaries Framework is an important social justice dimension. Scientific evidence from Earth's geological history shows how large, how fast, and how unprecedented these environmental changes are. Altogether, this means that the world's social and economic risks and vulnerabilities are increasing. Now, shifting to bio-based economies as a response to the world's tightening carbon budgets has huge implications for the nutrient elements. We take a particular focus on nitrogen and phosphorus. The global biogeochemical flows of nitrogen and phosphorus quite literally shape the chemistry of life, and as those flows change, they change, shape, and often shrink the possibilities for future life. And Earth is a living planet. When we talk about the Earth system as scientists, we mean the co-evolving system of physical climate and the life that those environmental conditions can support. Because of that interconnectedness, we often study the nutrient challenge using the idea of the nexus, the interactions of climate, land, energy systems and water. In our latest planetary boundaries assessment, the current levels of nitrogen fixation, in other words, the chemical transformation of atmospheric nitrogen into reactive forms, current levels are 2 to 3 times higher than the planetary boundary. This, as I've just said, industrial fixation actually produces very reactive forms of nitrogen, which is why it's so fundamental in the chemistry of life. Every fixed molecule cascades through land, water, and the atmosphere, and through life itself. And today's nitrogen cycle is very much out of balance. The challenge ahead for food, for health, and for the shifts that we need to bio-based economies is huge, not least because today's fertilizer production currently relies very heavily on fossil fuel energy and hydrogen. Controlling the nitrogen cascade means increasing the whole life use efficiency of nitrogen. And the story is very similar for phosphorus. Here, fertilizer application is the main tap that brings this particular biogeochemical flow under humanity's collective control. The boundary is set at a level of 6.2 teragrams of phosphorus applied to erodible soils. And again, our assessment is that far beyond this boundary. Taking an Earth system perspective here highlights the fact that changes in the flows of reactive phosphorus show up in very different ways at different scales of geographic space and time, affecting ecosystems at different scales too. So the global ocean dead zones and local scale eutrophication problems are symptoms of the same social challenge. And the response is quite simply to recover and reuse phosphorus as much as possible. Close that cycle. Thank you.
So Sara Cornell's message is clear. My name is Per Larsson, so I'm Director of Sustainability for Ragn-Sells Group, but I'm also co-chair for International Chamber of Commerce Working Group globally on circular economy. And at this COP, we launched our 5 key enablers for circular transformation, and the 5th one is about circular water. Reuse for industry and agriculture, direct, of course, the water, but specifically highlighted the need of recirculation and of phosphorus and nitrogen. In this session, we will not focusing on the nitrogen issue, we will focus on the phosphorus issue. So we will now start with viewing a full value chain, and that's the key when we create future value chains. We need to make sure that we can't just focus linear, and that means that you do something and then you don't care about the rest. We need to create complete circular flows. So now we're going to start with see what the potential is in Norway, and we start with the fish farms.
Hello, I'm Sarah Cornell, a sustainability scientist.
The aquaculture industry has an important role in the world's food production. And in the years to come, we will be dependent on aquaculture to achieve the UN sustainability goals for food production to an ever-growing world population. Therefore, Norwegian authorities want a doubling of Norwegian fish farming by 2030 and a 5-fold increase by 2050. A prerequisite for such production growth is sustainable farming methods, and the industry's footprint below sea level is a decisive factor. Aral, a collaboration among suppliers, now offers a technological world's first that makes it possible to collect sludge from open cages before turning the sludge into important raw material for production of bioenergy and fertilizer. The new system offers a comprehensive solution for the collection of bio-waste in the fish cage, safe intermediate storage and efficient logistics right up to processing into a new product. Aral, which is behind the solution, is a collaboration between the companies Lift Up, AquaPro, Ragn-Sells Havbruk and Amorfjell Process Technology. The actual collection of biological waste happens by use of patented sludge collection technology, where specially designed lift-up hats safely and efficiently suck up feed residues and other biological waste from the bottom of the fish cage. Up on the feed raft, the collected sludge is mechanically filtered and dewatered, and then pumped into a specially designed floating storage tank. We then arrange for collection by tanker, ensuring further dewatering and analysis of the sludge before efficient distribution to producers of bioenergy.
All produksjon av matfisk skjer jo langs kysten vår. I dag har vi utslipp av feses, matrester under meren som lager et fotavtrykk der nede, som vi nå kan med vår teknologi hindre at det kommer til bunns. Vi tar det opp igjen og lager produkter som energi og gjødsel, slik at det skal være mer bærekraft for oppdretter og for samfunnet generelt. Konkurransekraften til norsk matfiskproduksjon ligger i å produsere i åpne merder i fjordene. Så denne løsningen vil da gi styrket konkurransekraft til næringen og mindre fotavtrykk og bedre bærekraft i sin helhet.
So now we will move from Norway with boats going to Denmark, and this is already happening. We have 4 boats going back and forth between Norway and Denmark, because here we have the biogas production. So let's see what they say in Göring municipality about the importance of closing the phosphorus loop.
Thank you for letting me be a part of this session addressing a very important matter. My name is Lotte Wang. I'm head of green transition in the municipality of Göring in Denmark. Denmark is a food nation, and the municipality of Göring is mostly agricultural land. We have seen and felt the consequences of higher prices and uncertainty when it comes to answering the demand of phosphorus. With competent and forward-thinking partners in the Nordics, we can offer a circular solution that can lead the way into the future, not dependent on mining. If we want to succeed in creating new circular loops, we must all work together to make it happen. In Göring, we want to take responsibility for climate action and more circular loops. When legislation gets in the way of green innovation, we have a responsibility as a local authority to work on the downsides, if there are any, and to make other authorities aware of legislation standing in the way for a greener future. As a local authority, we often succeed in opening doors to national and international authorities. In the municipality of Göring, we are co-owners of infrastructure that has the potential to be used in the circular economy. In this case with phosphorus, we are co-owners of an incineration plant that can be used in the loop, making it possible for other partners to succeed. We have an obligation to be a part of the solution and to take responsibility for action.
So let's now temporarily leave Denmark and move to Sweden and Helsingborg. Please, Jan Svärd, come up. You are the CEO of Easy Mining, and I understand that you are supposed now to build a factory producing phosphorus in Helsingborg. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so we have, after several years now, got the permit that's on its way in, and we are really in the final touches of detailing the plan. But it's going to be built and be ready, 26, 27. And what we can do there is we can receive an ash, and in the ash it contaminates, but it's also good things. And we can detoxify the ash and make it clean, but then we also take out iron, aluminum, and of course a sand for construction materials. But on top of that, then we take out the phosphorus. And the phosphorus is of feed quality, so it's the highest quality of phosphorus that you can think of.
And this is, you're building, as I understand, 2 phosphorus plants parallel.
Yeah, so we a little bit ahead because of permitting process and so on in Germany. So we are starting in Germany now, and we will start in Sweden a little bit later. But it's about 30,000 tons of ash or 3,000 tons of of phosphorus, and our product is actually 15,000 tons. So it's a calcium phosphate product. So this is a good volume, and I say the volumes that could come from Norway in this stream will be enough to fill the plant. So of course, if this comes a full system, then we have to add another plant also for the Norwegian part.
Perfect, thank you so much. Please stay on stage, and we'll move to now Denmark again, because now we will go to the company that really would like to make sure that they can sell this phosphorus to egg producers. Let's move the film.
Phosphor is a very important nutrient in animal nutrition to all animal species. In GLG, we have for many years been working on the reduction and the use of phosphor originating from rock phosphates in the diets. First of all, for environmental reasons, but secondly, because phosphor is a limiting factor in the nearest future. We have been working on reducing the phosphor in the diets via precision feeding, closing the gap between the phosphor in the diets and the specific need for the animals. For many years, we have been adding more and more phytase to release phosphor from the raw materials to secure the lowest output to the environment, but without compromising the health and the performance of the animals. We have come to the point where next step in a climate-friendly feeding and environmental gains must include circulation of nutrients, for example phosphor. A lot can be achieved if we circulate nutrients in the value chain from farm to fork and back to the farm again. Especially phosphor is a win-win.
So Truls Möller from DLG, that is one of Europe's biggest feed phosphate producers. Clear message. I'd now like to welcome up on stage also Dr. Irja Sunderoia. You are also CEO of Ragn-Sells Harbruk. And your background, you're a doctor of biology and you work with fish health, I understand. Tell us more.
Yes, healthy oceans are important for aquaculture and fish farming, not only for the environmental sake, but also for the fish health, because for the fish to thrive, welfare is important, avoiding disease, and with eutrophication and altering of the ecosystem with less oxygen also, that is also welfare and health issue for the fish.
So not only that we reduce the risk of eutrophication, meaning that we will not have oxygen in the fjords, we also make sure that the fishes will have more healthy life as well. As I understand, then we can produce more fish. Is that correct?
Yes, to be able to increase the production of salmon in the fjords, we need healthy ocean, avoiding environmental stress, and also for a healthy fish, we need to take care of the ocean and collect the sludge, so we avoid the eutrophication and keeping the functioning of the oceans as good as possible.
But Jan, I understand there is a problem. This doesn't work. This is a fake, at least for now. Why doesn't it work?
No, so even if Truls and DLG and everybody, they wants to buy this, and basically we have a letter of intent with them, which is public, that they want to take all our volumes, because now they ship in phosphorus and other, they have to change the composition of the food and bring things from Brazil instead. So, because they cannot buy this, EU legislation prevents us from buying this. Then of course, outside EU, it is not that way, so we have now a letter of intent with a company in Canada that is willing to take it. But of course, it would be much better if we can sell it, well, Copenhagen is there instead. So if we could sell it in Denmark, it would be so much better.
So in the next session at the Swedish Pavilion, we'll deep dive into the phosphorus, and then you'll also be able to meet our Canadian company that said, well, they will also like to buy everything. So there will be a competition here in the end if we succeed to change the legislation. What is your biggest challenges, Irja, when it comes to the position? Are the fish companies, are they willing to be on board?
They are willing, but of course the incentives needs to be in place, and we need legislation so that the fish farmers must collect the fish waste, because for increasing the amount produced in the fjords, there must come regulations for the fish farmers to collect the fish sludge.
And even if the Danish biogas plants would love to have the fish sludge going forward, there's also a waste of time and carbon dioxide emissions. Why don't we produce it in Norway, the biogas?
Well, there is in Denmark they have they get funding from the government to set up plants, and we need some incentives in Norway as well to be able to produce or set up biogas plants for receiving all this sludge.
We know by fact that if we're going to take up all the fish sludge, creating the possibility to produce more fish, we can produce as much as energy for 600,000 households. Denmark is the biggest producer of biogas today, but taking up all the fish sludge in Norway would surpass Denmark when it comes to biogas production. So of course, there's a huge infrastructure change that needs to be done and replace a lot of natural gas that today is used. Anything else you would like to add, John?
Just saying this is a typical example. Legislation in Europe is linear, and it's not built on circular models. So all of this would be fixed if you just said, we look at not the origin of the material, but actually the quality of the material instead.
Thank you so much to both of you. Please be seated, and I will welcome up now the panel from the society. And we have first the ambassador of the oceans from Sweden, Anna Lindstedt. Please take a stage on the left hand. Then in the middle, we will have Magnus Nilsson, your Director General for the Kurt Bergfors Foundation and co-chair for the Food Planet Prize. And then from the Danish part, we have from Danish Youth Delegation between this year and last year, Marcus Tolberg. So please, come up. I will start first with you, Anna. Tell me more about what you do and at COP and why it's so important for you with what Irja has presented here.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be here. Sustainably produced blue food is key to solving the challenge of global food security and nutrition, but also key to staying within planetary boundaries, as we heard from the Stockholm Resilience Center. And it's also very important to solve the climate crisis. And here at COP, we have been working for a number of years very hard to include ocean into the negotiating process. It's now part of countries' nationally determined contributions, about 1/4 of all countries, and also national adaptation plans. And this year, particularly, we are working on the global stocktake, and we are also advancing the ocean agenda in the global stocktake. And part of the ocean agenda is blue food. And this is really also key to so many aspects of the climate crisis. So I'm very happy to be here and to hear about your work to solve this. Because, as you said here, it's environmentally important for the health of the fish, for the health of the fjords, and for the health of the people and the planet.
We had the pleasure yesterday to have FAO on stage when we deep dive into the havbruk, the aquaculture solution, and they were clear, we need to produce more food. Magnus Nilsson, tell me more about your position and what do you do in your organization?
I represent the Kurt Bergfors Foundation and the Food Planet Prize. And the Food Planet Prize, it's the biggest environmental award in the world. It's quite new. We've been around for 3 years. And what's unique with the Food Planet Prize is that it can only ever go to projects active within the food system, food value chain. And that doesn't mean that it goes to just farming projects and so on. It goes to any activity that has to do with the way we eat today. And the reason for this is obviously that, the way we eat today is also what taxes our environment the most. And we cannot stop eating. We can't choose to stop eating, right? And I think what we can do to support development like this is to continue putting the spotlight on the most cutting edge and most innovative solutions out there that are still not known. Because for us, we don't want to award those who already succeeded, like most other prizes actually do. We want to find those with an idea that can change the world for the better through the food system if only they get a chance. And then lastly, I also have another job that's not on the board. I'm also a farmer. I run one of the bigger certified organic apple orchards in Sweden, so I know firsthand how important the phosphorus cycle actually is and how broken this system is today. And it was made very clear to me during the pandemic, for example, when I actually could not buy the fertilizers I needed for my certified organic production, especially on phosphorus. So I think this is a fantastic initiative and a really, really important thing that needs fixing, especially like on the legislative side in the EU, like you say, John. Thank you.
So if anyone is listening here and has a groundbreaking solution for food value chain, make sure that you apply for the Food Planet Prize. Double the sum of the Nobel Prize, so it's a huge possibility.
Thank you.
Please, Marcus, tell me more about your position, what you do here, and your reflections, what you heard so far.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, my role here as a youth delegate is to represent all of the Danish youth. So, yeah, so much of this is going to be in Denmark, and we're very excited about it because when I was told about this project, I was very fascinated about the thinking of no, we will not sell this as primarily to Canada because that's so far away. We want to do it as a local in the Nordic countries. So due to that you have a agreement with Scandinavia, with Canada, you're still trying to do it in Scandinavia. I think that's something that a lot of companies actually could learn from, to do it in a local communities like the Scandinavians, the Scandinavian countries. So when I first heard of this, I was like very impressed by the thinking and the ingenuity behind the ideas and the project. So as youth, there's a big thing about that we need to clean up by ourselves when the fjords is getting a lot of phosphorus due to the sludge. We have to clean up. We have to take responsibility for the way we produce food right now, and we have to make sure that we do it sustainable, so we can continue doing it for a couple of years in head. So cleaning up after ourselves and using that to actually generate a new product, I think that's a good idea, and something that we need to do way more of. Yeah. So thank you so much for inviting me.
We have also a fourth panelist. She is not here physically. She is now in dialogue with the Chinese delegation, and that's the member of the European Parliament, Emma Wiesner. And I asked her also a couple of questions. If she would have time, she would have come here, but I asked her a couple of questions before, and we have recorded it. So the first question was, we have demonstrated how the circular flow of phosphorus could be seen as a role model of how every megacity in the world can start contributing to global food security. Is this something that EU can support? And if so, how?
I think for sure we can and should support it. And indeed, these projects are role model projects. I think we as policymakers in the European Union must scrutinize ourselves, look at all the costs and revenue streams of these activities and see how can we facilitate. From a cost point of view and also legal point of view, when it comes to barriers, there are still a few when it comes to legal texts. I mean, legal barriers and when and how you can circulate nutritions. I think that's also something that we should look into. Taxes, all of these that are burdens and barriers in utilizing these waste streams. I think it's something that we should overlook and see where we can facilitate better. And then also on the income side, how can we also boost investments into circular sectors? And also finding incentives. It can be both financial incentives, but also information and different type of incentives in supporting activities that are going in a more circular direction. For me, climate labeling of products is one of those schemes that could help to facilitate more active consumer choices, for example. I think here we can also push more on circularity from a legal perspective. So we need to look at all of the barriers and also all of the incentives that we're having, or if we're having too less, we should also look at that.
I will also take the direct next question. I addressed that to Emma, and that was, we understand that you are passionate about water and how low-cost solutions for society to avoid eutrophication of water would be easily if we allowed the use of phosphorus for high-quality purposes. Why? Because then the incentive for the wastewater treatment plants or for the fish farms to collect as much phosphorus as possible would increase. The cost for them to treat what's today's waste will be reduced, even maybe cost nothing. Today, legislation is in the way, but here we have now signed a contract with a company in Canada that will buy the first phosphorus before we have changed the legislation in Europe. So the question is, when will we see change in EU legislation?
I think that the Russian war in Ukraine really put the spotlight on our dependencies on imports when it comes to fertilizers. And that has helped us. I mean, us speaking about circularity and wanting to close the nutrition loop already many years ago, the war has helped us also to put the spotlight on our dependencies, the import dependencies, and also the large share that we import when it comes to fertilizer. So indeed, the timing is right to talk about these things. First the pandemic and now the war really show how vulnerable we are when it comes to nutrition value chain. So indeed, the interest is there, if not from an environmental point of view, but also from an autonomy, strategic autonomy point of view and increasing resilience point of view.
So now over to the panel. Your reflections when you hear the member of the European Parliament, will they make a change? Do you think that we can empower them to really put it on the agenda? Anna?
I think we will get there because it's so vital to stay within planetary boundaries, and that is the food systems are a very important part. It's a very important part of these planetary boundaries, and also considering the climate crisis, because we all know that we are not on track to reach the targets. We need to do much more, and here, as once again, sustainably produced blue food is part of the solution, and it's with so many co-benefits to fight the triple crisis of pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate. So it's really a no-brainer, and to also for resource efficiency purposes, also for, as Emma said, for geopolitical reasons. This is and we need to diversify value chains and work through the value chains in order to reach a truly long-term sustainable society and planet in all its aspects.
When we presented the 5 key enablers for circularity at World Trade Organization's big stage here at COP, one of the questions from the audience was, how can we make it happen? How can we change the system? And how can universities contribute? My answer was, we need to make sure that the CEOs of the companies around the world take in the youth, the people that has knowledge of the transformation, and let them really have the space within the company. So I asked you, Marcus, how can we get help from you and your colleagues around the world, from the youth, to really support us with the revolution we need?
Yeah, that's a very good idea to involve the youth. How to get all youth involved is maybe the bigger question. But I think presenting these ideas and these new technologies there has a focus on the sustainability, and there's not a focus on trying to make the profit as the baseline, but trying to actually make the world a better place. I really believe that the storytelling is the biggest thing to actually engaging people, and especially engaging young people. It is to have the storytelling, the right drivers in you and in the companies to actually drive for a better future. And I really believe when these stories and when these narratives is presenting in companies, there's also in the youth a cheering for these companies, because new technologies like this is not going to solve the world, but these are going to solve something, and they have an impact on this, and then hopefully they can inspire other companies and other places to collect the sludge, could have this cleaning up after ourselves. I think it's I think that's how you will engage youth all over the world. Yeah.
I love your passion, and we want more passion out there. Magnus, how do you create the passion?
Well, I think that awareness is key to creating commitments from the general public, and I really do think that the track we're on now, where more and more people open their eyes to the fact that we have huge problems with environmental degradation in pretty much all sectors, it is the way to go. And we just have to keep continue. And I think that the big challenge here is that it becomes yesterday's news eventually. I mean, everything that's important, when you heard it many times enough, something else becomes more exciting. And I think that's like the really big challenge that the environmental movement is going to stand before now, with all of the communication that's been done specifically on climate over the last 4, 5, 6 years, is that something else will come and take its place. And we can see it already from like our communication with the foundation and our sort of surveying of communication, that these news are dropping further down on the news agenda. And that's something that we all have to work against, make sure that that doesn't happen, because then we will lose momentum.
I think we take in Emma Wiesner again for a message. So please roll her comment from number 3.
Indeed, I'm passionate about water, but I'm also passionate about circularity and closing loops. So it's indeed a shame that we still have legal barriers. This is one of many barriers. We see many pieces of regulation that are adjusted to a linear perspective and not a circular one. So I'm a bit ashamed that we still have these obstacles when it comes to a more circular economy. So I for sure think we need change, and that there will be change, hopefully within the next mandate. I mean, the policy processes in the European Union are sometimes slow, and I don't believe it's possible this mandate, but I really hope that the next parliament, the next commission, the next mandate will look at all of these barriers when it comes to circular economy.
So here we have another champion that would like to transform, we love, and where we need more members of the European Parliament. We have just a quick reflection of what we have heard here at COP. Anything that you would like to add about what we will take with us home from COP?
I think this issue about awareness raising, that's something that is really important. And we also speak about ocean literacy to raise awareness about the importance of the ocean. But it all comes together. I mean, biodiversity, climate change, they are communicating bodies. And something that is sometimes lacking in these negotiations is trust building. Trust building between different countries, between different parties of the negotiations, between different regions. We all have to understand each other's national circumstances, but work together for the long-term benefit of people and the planet.
Magnus?
Yeah, I really like what you were saying as well. And for me, like what I to some extent feel is missing here, this is my first COP, is ways of bridging this gap between the people who are at the cutting edge of academia and policy making and those who actually need to implement all of these solutions that are being talked about. And this is something we see in our work with the foundation as well, that there's often not an intentional gap between these two groups, but a gap that's there, matter of factly. And I often think it has to do with too few contact surfaces and not having a common language, and it's something that I think we really have to work with, because for these changes to happen, like, everyone has to be on board and everyone has to understand why it's important and how to do it.
Marcus?
Yeah, I think it's a shame when legislation is standing in the way from the green transition, and there's no easy way to get around that. That's something that needs to be dealt with, and very quickly, because that cannot wait to stand in the way and be held back a couple of years due to legislation that are simply not fitted for how the world actually needs to act right now. So I think that's something that we need actually to look into very quickly and do something about. I think that will be my takeaway from this.
Ragn-Sells' message from COP is climate needs circularity. If we can create circular materials flows, we will not only solve the climate crisis, but also make sure that all other planetary boundaries the effect will be reduced. So please make sure that you understand we need this transformation. Thank you from the Nordic Ministers' Council Pavilion. Next session will be at the Swedish pavilion, and then we deep dive into the phosphorus issue. Thank you so much.
distinguished guests. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to the Food Systems Takeover here in the Nordic Pavilion at COP28. And this important discussion really on how we can reduce food loss and waste. Food loss and waste, of course, is a global problem. Food is being thrown out or discarded in all countries around the globe every single day. And actually, if the global amount of food waste could be represented as its own country, it would be the third largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world. That's amazing. So honestly, to meet here today could therefore not have come at a more important time. Food loss and waste are signs that something has gone wrong with our food systems. Valuable resources are being thrown out instead of becoming food on our plates. So, therefore, we need a holistic approach to tackle these issues, pervasive in all parts of our food supply chains. But food systems should not only be seen as a problem. They are also a key for change. We can transform our food systems to enable climate action for the Paris Agreement. Thank you. More sustainable food systems will require changes at several levels. And for us in the Nordic countries, we focus on healthy and sustainable diets and reducing food loss and waste as key factors to enable change. So by working together, we can find common solutions and learn from each other. So this is, I could say, the Food Systems COP. And we are hosting this Food Systems Takeover to provide a space for the food system community to meet with the climate community. So fighting food loss and waste is not just a sustainability issue, it also makes economic sense. It saves food from being thrown out or discarded at any point in the supply chains. It increases the competitiveness and outputs for our farmers, our fisher folks, and producers. And it lowers the environmental and climate impact from our food production and consumption. At a time where food prices globally are more and more volatile, reducing food loss and waste is a powerful solution that is often forgotten. But perhaps most importantly, we need to make food loss and waste unacceptable, because it is just that, unacceptable. So the Nordic ministers for food and agriculture, they have adopted a political commitment to stand by the SDG 12.3 and to halve our food loss and waste by 2030. In order to deliver on this commitment, we gathered experts from across our region and asked them, what do you need to succeed? And they clearly stated that they need more collaboration and knowledge sharing of the best practices. So we are therefore hosting platforms to find common solutions, to discuss challenges, and also to learn from each other. So these lessons learned will form a knowledge base for us on what works in practice, in real life, and also knowledge of what doesn't. So today, we really hope that we are able to create this needed space here in the Nordic Pavilion. We all have a role to play, from the experts present here at COP28 working on a policy level, to the people at home, where the small actions in our everyday lives can make a big difference. So it is really now a great pleasure for me to introduce the moderator for this session, Danny Nienberg. You're from the organization Food Tank. So please, Danny, you're the one to guide us through this very important discussion on what we can do to reduce food loss and waste. So thank you very much, Danny, for doing this. Welcome.
Karen. Take your time. Thank you. Big round of applause for Karen, who's doing amazing work. and for bringing this pavilion together. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here. And I want to reiterate some of the things that Karen said. Food loss and food waste is unacceptable, and we need to remember that every day when we're making decisions around our food choices. I want to thank everyone who's watching online, all of you in the room. This is going to be a great conversation. I'd like to invite our panelists to sit down on stage if they could, so come on up. And again, this discussion will really tap into the hidden potential of food waste. So let me introduce our amazing panelists. I'd like to welcome Ambassador Ertharin Cousin, the President and CEO of Food Systems for the Future. Give her a round of applause, please. Yvette Cabrera, sorry, Yvette, I do it all the time, the Director of Food Waste, People and Communities Program at the Natural Resources Defense Council. Bigger round of applause. Mark Zorns, the CEO of Winnow Solutions. And Katie Carson, the Director for Corporate Affairs for Food and Climate Policy at Tetra Pak. Round of applause. So I do want to dive right into the discussion, and this is a question for you all. From my perspective, the food and agriculture movement has been really good about creating awareness about food loss and food waste over the last 10, 12 years. But now we need those concrete actions and policies to move forward. Can you talk about, from your perspectives, what has worked, what can work, what do we need? And so, Ertharin, I always turn to you first, my friend.
Well, I think as we talk, first of all, thank you very much for including me on this panel and for including me in this important in an important conversation regarding how's that?
Better.
All right. I forget that there's others here. All right. So as I was saying, thank you for including me in this important conversation, because you're right. We've spent a lot of time talking about food loss and food waste as part of the solution for addressing food systems transformation as part of the climate action that is necessary to reduce greenhouse gases. But here's the reality. When you talk about the fact that food loss and waste is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, food loss in the global south and the global north are very, very different. And the solutions that we talk about in the global north are directly related to consumers and retail. That's where most of the food loss occurs. Some in manufacturing, the manufacturers have gotten a lot more efficient these days. But in the global south, when I was at WFP, we lost probably a quarter of everything that was harvested on an annual basis between farm gate and consumer, because of lack of access to storage, lack of access to refrigerated trucking, warehousing, as a result, you have those numbers that I just described. But let me tell you when it hit its peak was during COVID. During COVID, when farmers were required to drive during the day, as opposed to at night, because they don't have refrigerated storage, they usually go from their farms into the cities at night. But when they were on curfews, they were required to drive during the day. And that's at the peak of the summer, if you remember when COVID happened. And as a result, they lost even more product, because you have all these trucks that were not refrigerated, that you have fruits and vegetables going from the rural areas into the city. And when they got to the city, now it's night. And so they're putting it in unrefrigerated warehouses, because instead of delivering to the market women in the morning, they're delivering to storage facilities at night. So now they're losing even more product. And as a result, you saw a spike in that quarter of what was lost to almost 60% in some places of what was harvested was lost, resulting in less food in the market and increased costs. So we know when we start talking about what can we do, in the global south, it's about acknowledging that this really is a system, and that what is necessary is for us to not just address the challenges of increasing agricultural production inside the farm gate in a more sustainable way, but how do we then move, store, and sell food in a more sustainable way that includes refrigeration. Cold storage is a significant issue in our ability to reduce food loss in the global south. And in the global north, we need cold storage that is more climate friendly. How the energy that we use for cold storage, we need to reconsider. But we also need to think about the issues of transport and retail. Both in the transport in the global south and retail in the global north and south. I'll just end on this. When we think about retail, and I'm a grocery girl. I was in retail for many years before I actually went into the work that I'm doing now. Think about those coffin cases. That's what we call the open cases in retail, and the amount of energy that is lost in those coffin cases, and as a result, that we have a cold storage system in the global north that also is detrimental to our climate. So there's some very obvious answers to some of the challenges that face us, and if I get a chance, I'd also like to tell you about some of the not so obvious answers.
Absolutely.
On our black soldier fly larvae and some of what we're doing in Rwanda now to reduce food waste in the landfill in Rwanda.
Thank you so much, Earthen, for bringing up the infrastructure and distribution challenges, and we'll get to BSFL in maybe a few minutes. So, Yvette, if I can turn to you, what's needed? You've been so great about creating awareness all the time I've known you, which is probably a decade now. How do we get beyond awareness?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Yvette Cabrera from Natural Resources Defense Council. We are a US-based nonprofit, and I want to start off by saying that protecting natural resources is in our name, and that's why NRDC does this, because we see food as a natural resource that must be protected. So NRDC, as an organization, and on my team specifically, we focus on using policy as a lever to address food loss and waste. We also use campaigns. So we've focused a lot of our time over the past couple of years on raising awareness in the US on food loss and waste through a campaign called Save the Food. For many years, you could see it on billboards and bus shelters throughout the entire United States, on the radio. And frankly, I think we're at this reckoning point where we have to move away from pure awareness raising and actually start changing habits. And so NRDC also, as in our food loss and waste work, has started to make that shift in a really real way. So I wanted to talk about one of the policy solutions that I think is really working. We, NRDC, actually helped to co-found a coalition of actors called the Zero Food Waste Coalition in the US. We just launched earlier this year in April. We're already 100 members across 30 states and continuing to grow. And our entire mission is to advance policy to address food loss and waste at the state level and at the federal level. And one of the policies I am most excited about is at the state level. They're called organic waste bans. And I'm going to talk about it because I think while I'm talking about the US, this is a concept that can be replicated throughout the world. So essentially, when you pass an organic waste ban at the state level, you are banning organic waste from entering a landfill or an incinerator. That means that you are telling food waste generators, whether that be a restaurant, a school, a grocery store, or individual residents, that it is no longer permitted to put organic waste in the trash can. And so when you do that, it means that they are now, instead of going to a landfill, it's now going to composting, which generally is, at least in the US, more expensive than putting it in a landfill. And so when you raise the price for diverting that food, it causes these generators of food waste, which is everybody, to think about other solutions for managing that what would have been waste. That means that we have an increase in food rescue. So, for example, Vermont and Massachusetts, both states in the U.S., passed organic waste bans, and within 2 years, they saw the amount of food donations moving through their food banks triple, because you have all of a sudden grocery stores and hospitals, et cetera. They're forced to figure out what to do with this food and understand that it's a great resource. So this is something that the coalition's pushing. 9 states have passed this in the US, and our goal is to get every state to pass one. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. And I think it also relates to the infrastructure point that was brought up before, because you need that infrastructure for composting, for redistribution, et cetera. So maybe we can come back to that. So I'm wondering, from the Tetra Pak perspective, what your thoughts are on moving beyond, this awareness that has been created so well over the last several years, to concrete actions that the private sector can implement.
Thank you, Danielle. And indeed, I think Tetra Pak, we're most well known for our packaging solutions, but we're also a food processing technology company as well. So really sort of very much part of the food system, and bringing the technology and packaging solutions in an end-to-end way. We've actually identified food loss and waste as one of our key pathways, food system pathways, so where we believe that we can drive change and accelerate action. And we have a specific target, which is to reduce losses through our processing equipment by 50% by 2030, so aligning with the SDGs. I think if we I think packaging protects food, and I think we shouldn't forget that ultimately. I think the type of packaging we have, aseptic packaging, does not require cold chains distribution, so that can be a solution, particularly for highly perishable foods in certain parts of the world. So, in terms of saving waste and extending shelf life. But when we look at processing, yes, there are a lot of efficiencies in processing, but there's still a lot more, I think, that we can do to drive waste out of that system. That can be through digital technologies, using AI in terms of improving production. But it can also be in terms of looking at how we can adopt new solutions to turn, for instance, side streams into value-added products. So thinking about how we design food manufacturing and production, so that we're not just thinking about the sort of main end product coming out of that, but that we design the system so that we can really valorize everything else that is coming out of that, because there is a lot of waste.
Right.
And I can give you some examples of innovative solutions if we have time later.
That's great. Thank you so much. Mark, you're using the hospitality sector to go beyond awareness and make actual improvements.
Yeah, so Mark from Winnow. At Winnow, we build technology that helps kitchens understand and then prevent food waste. We basically put cameras over bins, teach AI to recognize what's being thrown away, and then give that data back to chefs. What I want to basically share is that this is in the economic interest of the hospitality industry to actually understand their waste in more detail and prevent it. The other message I'd give, it's entirely possible to make substantial change, and there's a lot of examples of it. Being in the Nordic Pavilion, I'll give 2 examples of companies we work with. IKEA worldwide have cut their food waste by 50% using our technology. Over about 3 years, they saved $38 million. And counting, right? ISS, the 4th largest food service company in the world, announced just last month that they have cut their food waste by 30% using Winnow across their business. So I think the question really here is, Karen teed it up with a sense of best practice sharing. What do we do about this? And I think there is a role for innovation and technology to play to actually make this in the interest of the hospitality industry. But what I will say is the pace at which this is growing, I personally don't think is fast enough to achieve the SDG targets. At the Champions 12.3 Summit in New York, they said we are woefully behind delivering on our goals of having food waste by 2030. And so there is really a role of policy, banning food waste from landfills. In some areas now in California, they're even mandating a portion of that food actually go to donations. Advancing policy to accelerate that change is a huge lever that we can unlock.
Thank you so much, and thank you for talking about the urgency. I'd love to hear from all of you because this is an issue that we've been talking about for a long time, longer than I've been in the food movement. 50 or 60 years ago, this was brought up at UN conferences. Why haven't we made urgent progress over the last 50 or 60 years on this? Earthren?
I laugh because I think about when you say it's 50 years. We remember the campaigns, reduce, reuse, recycle. And that was seen as, I was 25 when we were, that was the motto that we were using, and we didn't. And the challenge is that we have not delivered for consumers the awareness of the urgency of change.
Right.
And until we can actually, yes, we need the policymakers, but policymakers follow their voters. And so unless we can build the urgency of this with people, with consumers, people who are never going to sit in Dubai at COP28, but who without, we won't move forward.
Well, Earthren, on that point, when I began talking about food waste, 12, 15 years ago now, I was told that it was the low-hanging fruit in the food system, right? But I think I've changed my mind because we haven't made as much progress as you've said. We haven't been able to communicate that urgency to consumers and to others as well. So is it really the low-hanging fruit? This is a question for all of you.
I would say it's more complex than being low-hanging fruit. And I think that it's low-hanging fruit in the sense that it doesn't make sense, right? Like, why do we have food that we are growing and investing so many of our natural resources and labor and time into, and then not taking care of it, right? Not valuing food for what it is. So I think that in the sense is low-hanging fruit. It's a paradox that doesn't make sense. But I think part of the reason why it's been such a challenging issue is because there is no silver bullet to food waste. It's a very, we've heard it time and time again, food is a very personal thing. We all have connections to food through our culture, through our kind of individual actions, and it's hard to change how people relate to their food and what their behavior is. And we know that the bulk of food waste that's happening is at the consumer level. So I think that's a big piece of it. But then I also think, as I was saying, it's not just consumers. It's also, as I was saying, food waste generators up and down the supply chain. It's the way that we value our food, and that requires action at so many different levels by so many different actors. And I think that's what makes it difficult, is that we're still working towards getting more coordinated and on the same page on that front.
Yeah, that's very complex. Thanks for pointing that out. From the private sector perspective, there is no silver bullet, right? But you each are doing different things to attack this problem. Is it enough to only work with hospitality, Mark?
No, we're trying to branch into retail. We're trying to branch into other areas such as food production. The question the low-hanging fruit question is a really interesting one, right? Because it's like a win-win. We're a venture-backed business, so we get asked by our investors, if this is working with IKEA and they're saving all this money, it's a clear business case. If Iberostar is rolling us out, we just made an announcement with Hilton, why isn't everybody doing it?
Right.
And I think we have to understand that a lot of these players have a huge number of things on their plate, right? Just coming out of COVID, for example, in the United States, huge challenges around labor. And what do they do here, right? I think that when you can make it so that you have it as a strategic priority to do something about it, you have the evidence that it's working. But I think the other piece that you need, and I'm gonna admit this is a little bit self-interest, but frankly it comes from facts. I see two different types of companies. I see companies that are saying they're doing things about food waste and are trying to do it in pockets and shouting great work about doing it in pockets, but not really investing behind it. And it sounds great,
right,
but there's not the change at scale. And then I see companies that that actually put an investment case forward, put a team behind it, put in place tools to be able to make it happen, and then reduce food waste in 24 months.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you activate that? I don't know, right? I spend all my time I've gone down to the P&L, looking at what these guys are buying, showing them they're buying less food, right? And kind of 16 ways to Tuesday, trying to convince these people to do it. but how do you actually activate the entire industry to say we've got to do something about this, and we've got to take it seriously, not as a CSR initiative, right, as an operational initiative to be able to make that change.
Yeah. I call what you mentioned before sort of green wishing, like, hey, we want to do this, and we have the intent, but we don't know how. Yeah. Katie.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a big issue around measurement. We don't really have any, agreed, harmonized system of measurement. What is food waste? So that is one issue that we need to address globally to understand what we're talking about. I think today, we're also talking about, food waste from production or that's going to animal feed. Maybe that's not food waste. I don't know. We should be trying to keep it within the human, for human nutrition.
Absolutely.
But there's an issue around measurement. So we need to understand what we're talking about. Well, what we're talking, so definitions and measurement of food waste. I think also, it is complex because yes, a lot of the food waste is occurring at consumer and retail level, but also 17%, before, from farm gate to wholesale. So that's still a substantial amount. And that's not talking about what's lost at harvest and even pre-harvest as well. So it's massive. It is a massive issue and it is very complex. And I think we need to put a cost to waste. I think that is what spurs action. If it is more expensive to dispose of food waste, then we will find those solutions. And we need the policy. We do need the policy. We need mandatory reduction targets across the food value chain. And I think that will also help to spur action.
I'm glad you mentioned the issue of cost and the idea of putting a true cost accounting framework to this, because that would be really beneficial for companies, for municipalities, for all of us who are sort of trying to figure this question out. Earthrun, I want to come back to you because I know the black soldier fly story is one that's very close to your heart, and I think it's very demonstrative of what can go on, especially with women farmers in the Global South and how they can be part of the solution to this.
When we think about food loss, and particularly organic waste, the opportunity to use organic waste in different ways that support the food system, black soldier fly larvae is one of those solutions, where organic food waste is used as the feedstock for the flies, and the flies then produce a larvae that can be substituted for soy in feed, reducing the cost of feed, and the waste product from the production of the larvae is a frost that is a very high value organic fertilizer that can then be used by small farmers on their farms. Now, I talk about small farmers, but the large facilities, the automated facilities for the production of BSFL are in Europe and the United States. There are no automated BSFL facilities on the continent. There are a significant number of small solutions coming online with women farmers using black soldier flies as that larvae as a feedstock for their chickens, and where they have aquaculture, their fish. But what we're doing at Food Systems for the Future is now investing with the government Rwanda in the first automated facility in the Global South. Not just the first on the continent, but the first in the Global South. It improves two things. One, that you can bring automation to the continent, that we don't need just small backyard solutions, that if we want to run and leapfrog the food system in the Global South, we'll need to bring the technology and the solutions that we use in the Global North to make our food systems more efficient into the Global South, and it can be done. And that is one of the proof points. The second proof point is that you can create a systems-based solution. We're working with the city of the city of Kigali, as well as the Ministry of Agriculture, to change their entire waste management system. They are starting from scratch of getting those policies in place to get consumers then to separate their waste, and then to upscale that organic waste into the BSFL. So we will reduce the amount of organic waste in the landfill in Kigali by about 75%.
Earthren, I was listening to your colleague Shanu yesterday talk about how this is also a turnkey system where it can be used in many other countries across the continent, and that potentially has so much impact for making this a solution for lots of, like, on the economic front, on the food waste front, so many things.
100 jobs, it's additional economic development in the country, it increases the ability to scale up commercial poultry, commercial aquaculture by making feed more affordable. So all the kinds of solutions we say we want for the continent, this is the type of turnkey solution that addresses those issues. The interesting thing is that our technology partner, our technical capacity partner for this is Protix, which is in the Netherlands. And they have, and now they're just partnered with Tyson's, where they're building a factory in the United States, and they're working with the Polish Ministry of Agriculture to build one in Poland. And so these facilities are coming online. What we're saying is, don't leave the global south behind.
Right, absolutely. Thank you for that. Yvette, one thing that interests me about Earthren's story about the black soldier fly is that, you know, we need infrastructure in the United States for composting and all of that. There's a lot to learn from the global south for us in the global north to learn from these solutions. And I'm wondering, as you're thinking about, you know, infrastructure for different municipalities, what does that look like, and who are you learning from?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. I think you're right. There's so much to learn from what's going on around the world. And I think that in order to address the food waste problem, for example, in municipalities, we need all of the solutions, right? So when it comes to composting, NRDC has tried really hard to get cities to think about different levels of solutions. And, you know, we're talking about cities, so oftentimes they're thinking really big, right? We're thinking about how to process massive amounts of organic waste coming from homes, businesses, et cetera. So what's the first thing they think? Industrial level composting, right? Which is absolutely necessary. They will need an industrial-sized composting facility in order to process that organic waste. Now, one thing that there is a kind of vibrant culture around this in the US, but I think it is stronger in the global south, is around community level solutions. And so one of those is community composting. And or not even just community, but just dispersed processing facilities that can handle processing food waste from an entire kind of neighborhood or an entire kind of block of neighborhoods within a city. And so what we get with this is we get all of the community level impacts that go along with this. So for example, we can, by doing having the city support community level composting, we can create jobs in communities. People who are, you know, handling the organic waste, who are opening up the urban garden every day, et cetera. We can also ensure that the kind of rich compost that's being generated through that system is actually returning to the soil locally, right? So we are feeding that compost back into our local urban gardens, into our parks. And that, frankly, is something that I think is absolutely necessary in every city. We need those diverse options, and we really need to look at countries in the global south and around the world that have really nailed this, keeping kind of food local and kind of closing the loop on food waste within the food system.
Right. Katie and Mark, once food waste is seen in a company, it can't be unseen. And I'm wondering if you can talk about what happens after, for example, when Winnow is helping a kitchen at a hotel measure its food waste. What happens next? What they sort of realize, that it's not just the money they're saving, but they realize that this is, again, part of an entire system.
Yeah, so I mean, I think a few things happen, right? The first thing that we often see is those savings are reinvested back into food quality, right? So we actually did some really forensic analysis with one of our clients we saved across about 20 different resorts about $10 million in food costs. And actually their food cost per guest only went down the equivalent of about 3 million, right? So where did that 7 go? It went into investing in the sustainable beef that they wanted to buy. It went in buying fresher produce. It went into putting higher quality food on the table. The other thing that we find is, we have cameras. We get all these pictures of food waste, right? Like, we're looking at this stuff, and we'll then have conversations with our clients and say, couldn't some of this stuff, yes, maybe we made a production error that couldn't have been avoided, but we certainly could have avoided it from going to the bin. And so we then established partnerships with food banks to be able to come and actually collect that food. We work with a number of food banks around the world to try to get that food. In specifically some of our hotel and resorts clients, you literally have the dichotomy of opulent wealth throwing away a tremendous amount of food and poverty for people that can't afford the nutrition they need next door to each other. Right? You literally don't even have to put it to a food bank. You could walk it down the street and have it feed people. So you can unlock that too. And then finally, part of the segregation, you have all this food waste. They say, what do I do with it? And the answer is, let's actually dispose of that properly. And the savings from prevention can actually fund all of that. So that's sort of the good story with that. And something that we see some of the really enlightened companies we work with, like Iberostar, thinking about, and then they're even doing work to zoom out and say, how do we help these island nations where we exist actually build this infrastructure to solve the food waste problem that we're trying to deal with in our kitchens? So you can really kind of create a system, sort of a tipping change that starts to catalyze in a market when you really, really get successful with it.
It's so exciting to see all the things that happen after something like this is implemented. Katie, Tetra Pak has been such a great innovator on producing, packaging and processing technologies. How can you share that with others along sort of, smaller companies in the Global South, for example, smaller companies in the United States? What is the opportunity there?
Yeah, we're a global company, but our customers are local. So it is very much about the local context and how we can work with our customers locally and look at what the challenges are that, that they have within food production. And maybe I love the examples, of sort of innovative technology. And, we're talking about the hidden potential. And I think another element is to really look at how we can take that waste out of the system. So, by developing the technologies, for example, to, just not have that waste in the first place. So an example could be we've developed a technology which for whole soybean production. So generally when you produce soya drinks, you use about 60 to 70% of the soya bean that's going into production. So that generates a lot of waste, a lot of loss in terms of, the discarded husk of the soybean, but also in terms of, the liters of water that are generated. So by using 100% of that raw material coming in, then there is an economic benefit, obviously, for the producer, and you're reducing waste, and there's even a nutritional benefit because that drink, that soya product, has a higher nutritional content, higher protein and fiber. And there are lots of examples of these types of solutions where we can really take that loss and waste out of the system before, it needs to be disposed of or go to landfill.
Yeah, it really becomes a win-win-win in so many ways. Mark?
I listened to a wonderful talk, Catherine, that you gave yesterday, and you made a point that the food system is about 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, 35% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Food waste is 10%, but that 35, you compare it to the, I think you said 4.8%, and then sort of 2% of actual funding that goes to actually drive these changes. And I was at another session at the McKinsey in the Green Zone, and they talk about, and I think we have this here around food waste, we necessarily don't have an invention problem. We have a scaling problem, right? And we need to actually take money, and we need to figure out what's working, and we need to think about how we invest to scale that up, because we know what we can do. The stuff you're talking about with black soldier flies, right? More investment to be able to drive down the economics of making that work, showing it at sort of larger points of scale. If we could actually put capital to these types of projects to deliver them at scale, I think we're going to start to solve this problem. I think that's one of the key ingredients that I see that's missing.
We're at, of course.
I think this is critical. Thank you, Mark, for your compliment. I appreciate it. But the important point here is that 4.8% of climate finance that goes to the food system, trying to scale that number up to get more of the climate finance resources into food system solutions. It is critical for us to measure, report, and verify the amount of greenhouse gases that we're actually emitting from these solutions if we want to bring in the climate money. Because they say that's really good for food systems transformation, but where's the climate impact? And so as a community, we have some work to do in this space on creating cost-effective MRV systems that give us the ability to access the climate finance capital.
So true. Thank you for that. In the few minutes we have left, and some of you already gave your calls to action, but I'd like each of you to give a call to action for this COP. What do you want people to take home around the food loss and food waste problem, and more importantly, the solution?
I think we've seen real momentum on food and food systems at this COP. We had a bit last year, but it's really been put front and center of the agenda today. We've had 140 countries signing up to, integrate food systems into their climate plans, and I think that's a big step. We now need to see the action and the policy support for that. And as private sector, Tetra Pak, we signed up to the non-state actor declaration. So I think, we see the political momentum certainly coming out of this COP. It's now, of course, about how we drive the action, the solutions, and the effective change.
Absolutely, Yvette.
Well, I agree with all of these calls to action, and I'll also say, food loss and waste is ranked the number one solution in Project Drawdown's list of existing climate solutions, because as Mark was saying, we know what the solutions are to food loss and waste. They exist. Now, my call to action would be to pick the kind of highest impact lever that speaks to your heart and run with it. And for NRDC, I talked about organic waste bans. We're also working on standardizing date labels because that's 10% of all food waste in the US is attributed to confusion around date labels. So pick what your highest impact lever is and run with it, because that's where we need to be investing our time and resources.
I want to go, what I want to see is, I'm really optimistic about food systems getting more onto the agenda on COP. In terms of a call to action from this COP, for me, I want to see a few countries really take this seriously in a way that gets to not just talking about it, but translating into policy action. I will point to this country as an example. NEMA, which is the UAE's food waste sort of program, is getting really serious about food waste in terms of making it happen, and that 50% reduction to 2030. If there could be a Nordic country that would step up and do the same thing, it would make it would make my year.
That's great. Thank you, Mark. Arthur, you get the last word.
Well, I'd simply say, from this COP, as everyone has said, this first time food's at the center of the COP, where it's actually up there with energy and transportation and the conversations on the main stage.
Right.
What I'd like to see is that the catalytic action that has begun in these rooms, in the blue zone, in the green zone, on the stage, become reflected in the negotiations, so that then in future COPs we can see the same level of commitment by the negotiators to including food systems transformation, which of course food loss and waste is a part of, into the final declarations that countries not only sign up to on the political side, but sign up to on the climate side for ensuring that it becomes part of their NDCs and their country action plans. That's when we'll begin to see the policies that are necessary. That's when we begin to see the change. Great catalyst from this COP. Now the real work begins to turn it into action.
Thank you. Now the real work begins. I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank all of you, those joining online. Please give them a round of applause. And thank you so much to the Nordic Pavilion for hosting these incredible events. Big round of applause for Karen and her team.
Hello, all listeners live and on your favorite podcast app. Welcome to the Nordic Talks on reimagining food systems. My name is Anna-Selin Kroos, and I'm here today at COP28, joined by African business owner, investor, a passionate advocate for youth, women, and climate change, also food systems. From Forbes magazine covers to advising ministers to make a change, a real change, please welcome Ada Sakvi.
Thank you, Anna. It's great to be here.
Yes. So, what do you think about sustainable food system? Is it possible in real life to reimagine the food systems right now?
Absolutely. It is, and it's already happening, right? But I guess the question is it happening fast enough? Is it happening in an equitable way? And is it being spread in the places that we expect? As you think about places where I'm from, in the global south, I'm not sure that we've truly gotten the concept of it, because we're dealing with other issues, right? There's rampant poverty, there are issues around malnutrition, there are issues around food insecurity. We're importing so much food instead of, buying from our farmers. But I think what's so critical right now, and what the beauty of it as we think about sustainable food systems, is that that's the opportunity as well, right? You can flip that and say, hey, let's actually utilize our smallholder farmers, all 50 million of them in Africa, to be the core driver of the solution, the core driver of more resilient food systems by the way they farm, the way they start taking care of the health of the soil, by the way they ensure that they are putting more diverse options for themselves and their communities and their families so that they're not exposed to climate shocks, for example. And the way we're really connecting to the entire food system in a very serious way, from farm, or I would say from research, all the way to the table.
So you think that small farmers are the key in developing sustainable food systems?
Absolutely. Africa today has 65% of the world's arable land. 50 million smallholder farmers. They feed us. 80% of the food we eat on the continent are from smallholder farmers. But, the flip side of it is, again, we're looking at an aging farming population. The average age of the farmer in Africa today is about 50 to 60 years old. So if we want to really count on farmers to be the solution to sustainable food systems, we have to get young people involved in farming and in the food systems. And that's possible, right? Right now in Africa, we have a situation where over 12 million youth enter the workforce every year, and there are only 3.1 million jobs available. So we need to create about 1.7 million jobs every single month to get young people involved. So many people turn to entrepreneurship, self-employment, but agriculture and our food systems is the biggest sector, the biggest industry that can take the largest number of young people to truly give them, wealth and dignity. And so I'm very excited about what the potential is, especially when you think about youth bringing innovation and technology to farming so that we do things more efficiently, because that's at the core of sustainable food systems as well. We have to be more efficient. We have to be more efficient in how we farm. We have to use our resources more efficiently, less water, to improve our yields, really thinking about more drought-tolerant crops, for example, in areas like Kenya that experienced a drought, or right now in Nigeria, my country, we're seeing rains in December, which typically doesn't happen. You had a cyclone in Malawi. So with these weather issues that are coming because of climate change, young people using innovative solutions, bringing technology to the agricultural food system will be very critical.
I know that you have a very clear concept, or you have this principle, or you imagine food systems in your own way. Like you told me this before. Can you walk us through your perfect vision of sustainable food system?
Yes. So a few years ago, I had been working with the Minister of Agriculture of Nigeria. I was a senior investment advisor. And this was my first time after a world of private equity and finance and just doing banking. This was my first time being exposed to agriculture. So I moved to Nigeria from New York, and I was basically seeing how we had waste. I would look at tomatoes on the streets during the farming harvest season because they couldn't be transported out of the farm. I would see cassava having to stay in the ground because there was nowhere to store it, and it only has a 2-day shelf life. If you have nowhere to, it has nowhere to go. So our farmers were really losing out, and yet you would see the stats that would tell us that, oh, Nigeria is the largest producer of citrus fruits in Africa. Nigeria is the 8th largest producer of pineapples in the world. Nigeria is the largest producer of tomatoes in Central Africa. And I'm like, so why don't I see any tomato products on the shelves when I go shopping in Nigeria or anywhere else in the world? Why don't I see value-added products? And why am I seeing so much food waste in these exact same products that we're the largest producer? And the flip side is that we have up to 40 to 60% food waste at the farm level, or food loss at the farm level, because there's no transportation, no storage, no industry to buy. So the demand, the pull from our farmers was missing, because mostly industry would import. We were spending over $40 billion annually importing food rather than buying it locally from our farmers. So for me, I think I had finally found that light bulb moment, after doing all this, like I said, private equity, infrastructure finance for years. I was like, I think agriculture is where I want to be, right? We have to change this narrative. We have to create a pool for our farmers' produce. So I decided to set up a business that did exactly this. First of all, a juice company that was buying only locally grown food products, and I targeted fruits and vegetables. And I did that for a reason. The health factor and the nutrition factor was also a personal goal of mine. 86% of Nigerians eat an unbalanced diet. Yet we see research that's showing about 47% of Nigerians are actually interested in healthier eating. But then less than 10% of the quick service restaurants serve healthy food. So I was like, so I want to eat healthy and there's nowhere to go. Instead, we were seeing Burger King, people lining up to get Burger King franchises or KFC franchises. I was like, no. In the same way we're leapfrogging technology, let's leapfrog in the area of better nutrition, more accessible, healthy food that's sourced locally. And bringing those two pain points or opportunities together, I started Newly Foods that I mentioned, sourcing locally from farmers. In Nigeria, we started the juice product, but today we have, actually we just opened, while I was here, we opened our 9th cafe, our 9th restaurant, which is a farm-to-table restaurant brand in Lagos, Nigeria, that serves only locally grown produce, indigenously grown produce, sourced from smallholder farmers across the country. So we buy about 300,000 kilograms of fruits and vegetables and other products every single quarter from our farmers, and we add value in these ways, and we sell them. But at the same time, it's just fantastic to see the stories. Apart from on the farm, for me, it was so important to address this issue of better health and better nutrition in the urban areas with our brand. We don't talk about it enough. When they talk nutrition and you have the donors who are coming to Africa to say, oh, there's malnutrition, oh, there's stunting, and it's mostly in the rural areas, and children are being stunted at 5 years old, their growth is being affected, their brain health is being affected. It's so important, and I think there's a role for that. Every day we need to even do more. But there's so much going on in our cities. Africa's cities right now, urbanization, we're going to be about 100 million people in our cities alone in the next few years. So 2/3 of the rural urban migration happening is in the cities. Of the population growth in Africa is going to be in cities. So we have to think differently. There is overnutrition happening because big food is pushing their products in ways that are not sustainable. And so having options like our brand and getting testaments from consumers who say, my parents had high blood pressure, and because we can easily buy your beetroot juice, or because now you're using fonio, the superfood grown in the Sahel region in Nigeria. We're using fonio for our salads. We're not using rice. We're not using wheat. And now my cholesterol levels have dropped. That for me is just beautiful to see. It's so beautiful to see. And we need to do more of that. And that's what keeps me going. Because the flip side, again, is that it's not easy being an entrepreneur in Africa, specifically in Nigeria. There's so many challenges. And we're dealing with a value chain that still hasn't been fixed. I talked about the fact that there was food waste, about 40% food waste, due to the lack of refrigeration or cold chain or storage. We still deal with that in my business. I'm dealing with fruits and vegetables, yet you have to get the cold trucks, or sometimes when it's coming from the farm, it's in this hot lorry in baskets, and you're like, really? So we're trying to do more and invest more on that side of things. And you may be thinking, oh, you started a restaurant. Yes, we've understood your story around food loss at the farm, but then you still went to start a restaurant dealing with fresh produce. And in a country that doesn't have the infrastructure or the power to take care of that. So aren't you still getting food waste at the restaurant level? And my answer is no, because I was so intentional, even in the way we designed our menu, from portion control to including circularity in the menu. Our plantains, for example, we use them as plantain fries. You can have it with a wrap or a salad. But when it's starting to get soft or not as hard for a fry, we make them plantain patties. So you mix it with the peppers and you make them a little nice, like a pancake. And it's just the way it should be. So if we're more thoughtful about the way we run the hospitality business, I think things will be drastically changed and things will be drastically different for our food systems in Africa.
Gosh, I really want to try out these patties you're making. And also, as the Nordic nutritional recommendations were updated quite recently, and as we heard, you are the owner of one of the, I think it was in year 2021, you were the owner of the fastest growing restaurant chains in Nigeria. From your experience, can you proudly say that healthy food is sustainable food?
No, I can't say that yet. So we're growing. I mentioned earlier that 47% of Nigerians are seeking healthier options. It wasn't the case when we started. We've been part of that movement in a big way. And it's because we could make it accessible and affordable. We need to talk about the affordability of healthier options. I know you can relate to this, given where you're from. And even if we're trying to push a plant-based diet or, diets with more fruits and vegetables, food inflation is a real thing. We had to slightly increase our prices 2 weeks ago because we're facing inflation levels in the double-digit levels, right? Over 25% inflation right now. So the macroeconomic conditions completely affect us. But you still get folks who will tell us you're still making it really affordable for me to eat. But I wish I could even do it cheaper. Even cheaper, right? The way we sell our beetroot or our carrot juice, for example, versus a carrot or beetroot juice in Denmark, say, which is maybe 10 euros or 8 euros, I don't know. Ours is equivalent to maybe less than €1. Yes, it is of comparable quality, products that didn't even maybe use any pesticides or, and all of that. So, we really have to look at things in a tailor-made way and the context of the countries we're in, and that's how we've had to operate. At the end of the day, for me, it's just how are we changing behaviors? How are we making a tangible impact on our smallholder farmers and on the communities around us.
I love that you bring out this Nordic versus African comparison, because I'm from the Nordics, you're from Africa, and I can see that we grow up in like very different, like we had a very different childhood basically. So when you are like taking this on a global perspective, would you think that Nordic and African people have different perspectives to food when you talk to them? Like,
Absolutely. I would say, like I mentioned at the start, we have more different problems, right? Yes, we're an oil-producing country, and we should be very rich, like some of the Nordic countries. But, unfortunately, that's not the case. We don't add value to our oil, and it's been misused. The wealth has not been spread equitably across the nation. And so, we didn't grow up in the same sorts of environments that are equitable and think about the society as a whole. But I feel like it's still something we need. There's still lots of learnings that we can do, because this is the time. You have enough African governments who are here. They have the pavilions right here at COP. People are ready to make a change. I just came from a ministerial meeting that had the Minister of Agriculture from Rwanda, and he was talking about how for the next 5 years they're currently working on their strategy for food systems and nutrition. That's a big deal, right? So that people are recognizing in Africa the importance of this. So we can learn a lot from what the Nordic countries have done, and specifically in two areas. I would say the first is from a research perspective. Evidence-based research and being able to put data out is always very important. It's the beginning. It's the origin of everything for policy. And then the second is on policy. I see that I think the Nordic Council also has the food policy labs. And, I feel like that's something that right now I should be taking to our Minister of Finance and Agriculture and saying, let's learn from this. Let's incorporate this at the policy level, to change our behaviors and really communicate to our population about what matters, and showing what government can do to incentivize better behavior, to incentivize healthier diets, and better and more sustainable food systems. So there's a lot we can learn. And I think maybe a third thing I'll just throw out there is the learnings around when you even do policy, still ensuring, how do you still make sure it's sustainable, right? And even though people at some point get excited and maybe start following in the direction of policy, how do we make sure that there's no malaise and they don't later say, yeah, but I actually enjoy my meat. I'm tired of this plant-based diet. I want to go back to meat, How do we keep the momentum, even when things are done right? And I think there are things we could potentially also learn or share thoughts about the experiences from the Nordic countries like Denmark, for example.
Coming back to the politicians and politics, what should world leaders do to solve these problems? Do you have like a call to action for them?
Yes, the call to action is to not just show up, right? But to follow through. We need to follow through. They need to follow through. It's not about showing up at COP. It's the start. The fact that you're in the rooms for conversations, it's important. But you have to follow through. And, we have to hold them accountable to ensure that happens, and call them out when they're going away from the plan. So that, for me, is really the big call to action. Not just show up, but follow through.
One of the questions that some people have, or the thoughts they have, is that every business owner's goal is to make profit and grow their business. But for the planet that has limited resources, we have to cut down and reduce our consumption to be sustainable. So I'm just thinking, what is your strategy? Do you think that the food industry, profit and sustainability can be achieved at the same time? Just your...
It can.
Okay.
If you have the will to do it. And it depends on what your incentive is, excuse me. It depends on what your will is and your intentionality of doing this. I think it's very possible. You just have to have the policy in place, and you have to have the people who are willing to make that change. It's possible.
I love your enthusiasm. And I think just because I'm a young person and I don't get to meet your people from your experience every day, can you just give me one recommendation when you're thinking about African youth or young people all over the world? What can we do to take action on this food systems takeover we have there? What is our what can we do to make the world go around?
This is the first time at a COP that you have the youth really This is the first time at a COP that you're having the youth really taking center stage, right?
It's okay. Yeah, just talking from a young person's perspective, I think, this is the first time at COP we have a youth day, and we also have a day for food, as we do now. But I think that often women and young people are left out of the picture when the serious crisis emerge. We just like to do this in another way. Just one recommendation you have for me to take action. Because I'm also a medical student, so I just want to have this healthy, sustainable food for my future patients, and not only in the Nordics, but also in Africa.
Anna, you need to hold your politicians accountable.
Okay.
Keep knocking at those doors.
Okay.
Yeah? Keep on them. Remind them of what their commitments were. Remind them and hold them accountable. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's it from us today, is it? And I just wanted to say that when we're talking about Africa, I think we should reach out to Ada if we want to discuss any food system problems, because I think she's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. It's great to be here.
Thank you.
Welcome to this daily briefing at the Nordic Pavilion. Welcome all at home, those who are watching and in the audience. I don't know exactly if you can see, but our prime focus here in the pavilion today is food. And with us today, we have Alla Salmonen from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Finland. Very much welcome to us today.
Thank you so much.
So Anna, our topic of in the pavilion today is the food. And as you can see, it's food systems takeover. And I know that you are EU, is it fair to say EU negotiator or EU coordinator? You could explain the difference of that, but you coordinate basically the EU's work on negotiations on agriculture. And I know it's been a busy 2 weeks for you here, but maybe you can just describe a little bit your sense of the negotiations spun so far, both in your topic as well as in general.
Thank you so much. Yes, so as you said, I'm the coordinator of an issue group in the EU, where we have all of from different member countries. My colleagues from different ministries and research institutes supporting the work. The position, we formulate the position of the EU for these negotiations. And as you might have heard, we have one topic on the agenda on agriculture and food security, or implementation of climate action on agriculture and food security. And this topic was discussed when negotiations started, when the agenda was confirmed, and we ended our negotiations here this time on Tuesday evening. And with a result that's called procedural conclusions, that means that we only say we couldn't agree on any text. Really, so that meant that we say that parties discussed, and parties are about to continue discussing in June. And this, of course, this looks like no success, and it was a disappointing for us, of course, as a EU. But what we actually achieved and what is not visible is this footnote of conclusion. That means that we have text including our ideas on this, how this work should be structured, because that was something we should have been able to decide on at COP28. And I just learned today the word milkshake approach. So that means that all of the parties put their favorites in the same text, and that's going to be the base for the discussions in the session in Bonn, the SB, so subsidiary bodies session in Bonn, preparing for the next COP. So that's a little step, but it's not visible, and it's of course not enough, and what we were here for.
Yes, I can understand it's a bit of a communication challenge to, the outside world to understand, okay, explain procedural conclusions, we have not agreed to anything, but if I just ask, what were you expecting to agree? If the ideal situation would arise and you would achieve everything that you wanted to achieve on the agenda item, what would that be?
So to understand what we actually are here for, what is this? What we were supposed to discuss under this agenda item on Sharm el-Sheikh joint work on implementation of climate action on agriculture and food security. It's a long name. That means that our decision from last year from Sharm el-Sheikh actually tells a lot. It's a result of almost 7 years' work expressing what we should focus when we want to increase the carbon sequestration and cut the emissions of not only agriculture but the food system. And that is what we are supposed to do during these 4 years, only 3 years remaining of this work program, is that we should focus on this, how to support the implementation. That means that we have workshops where we could, for example, discuss with the financial entities like philanthropists and different operators under UNF or UN financing climate action on agriculture, we could focus on enhancing the understanding on why it's important to discuss food systems, because this is also something you can't take for granted if you discuss in these rooms, because that's a word what for some countries might mean discussing about reasons for forest loss. For example, like it is highly political, has a lot like political aspects, and that means that it's difficult to it's not always like understandable or logical why we are not discussing or focusing for food systems and want to like discuss only agriculture. But yes, so we should have been able here to decide on the first workshop topic and also decide on what the synthesis report mentioned in the COP decision from last year, when it should be published and what time frame it should be, for example, delivering. But this is also, I don't see that we lost this possibility in that sense, that it's still possible that we are going to do the work as we wanted to do in Bonn and then the next COP. So how I see it from this micro perspective, being so close in the negotiations. So I'm not the one speaking on behalf of the EU, but I'm the one sitting behind our speaker who comes from European Commission and coordinating our EU group to support his work, that he knows what to say. And yeah, so that means that I'm also having a lot of bilateral discussions outside the doors and inside the doors and with the other parties, and also, of course, listening to the outside world, like listening to NGOs and youth, and trying to also increase the understanding between the parties, so that it's easy to just to like make a mistakes with the communication. Somebody understands that I'm not accepting his or her ideas and then stops listening, and then it's gone. So this is really like how it works in the negotiations.
Yeah, I can understand that. I was negotiating for myself for a couple of years back, but it's always hard to explain to the external audience that what is it that we do in this process, really. I mean, how we, delivering the results, because today we're hearing alarming that our food system needs to change. And do you think this process is geared up to tackle the challenge that we need to kind of drastically change our food system in a near short-term future? Do you think this process is sort of fit for that, or do you think is there another better way to do it, do you think?
I think the same applies for the whole COP and for the whole negotiations, that this is the only forum where we actually have access to all of the parties, where all of the parties, it depends on all of us. It's party-driven process, as it's said. So one party can decide not to have something, and then it's not possible for the whole room to achieve something. But also, if this one party wants to support the feeling of the others, then it's also possible to do. So we really have to agree on something to achieve something. So of course, it's too slow way to achieve what we are supposed to be achieving. But I think this is also important to have this kind of process where we all are in the same level discussing these topics, basically. But it's not enough, so it needs also this. What is important for us is also this word of the outside world saying it's not enough, you should be doing more. We need that pressure, and then at the same time there are a lot of actors, as we see here too, a lot of actors actually doing already, like pushing for more action, and we engage also this outside world as negotiators, I think, in all of the countries somehow. So I think, so I see we don't have any better system either, but it's not enough, and we should be working in all of our countries, also working for that. And that brings us to maybe to the hot topic of the day or of the COP, is the global stocktake, where we actually are now about to, for the first time since Paris Agreement, see where we stand and what is needed to achieve the, to keep us on the track or bring us back to the track. And so that means that also agriculture and food systems should be mentioned somehow in that decision, because as we know that how critical, like how the food system is responsible for 30% of all the emissions. So as was mentioned yesterday in some of the rooms, that there's no way to achieve the Paris Agreement, targets of the Paris Agreement without nature. So this applies, food system is part of that.
Yeah. On that note, I was wondering, what would you see, how could an ideal outcome from the global stocktake look like for agriculture and food systems? If you were able to capture it, how would you be able, do you think the ideal capture would be to make an impact?
Yeah, so how the EU is now, what we are still trying to push forward, and we are definitely not the only ones doing it, that is that agriculture should be seen not only from the view of adaptation to the climate change, but also as a solution and for emission reductions, and or actively understood from that point of view. That's important. And then we also would like to highlight the nature-based solutions, also very linked to our food systems, for example, the soil carbon sequestration, or many ways to increase also not only carbon sequestration or adaptation, but also the many other benefits, so biodiversity and everything. So that means that these words would be important to see in the decision, and that means that we always highlight it to our colleagues in EU, and then of course and they understand what we mean. So there is no need to there's no risk that they wouldn't understand it's important. So there is a strong agreement on that. But what at the end is in the paper is, of course, well, we will see it soon. So today, as you know, is a stock-taking plenary taking place at 3 o'clock until 5, as it was announced, where the COP presidency has invited the parties to discuss all of the open topics, and that means that the remaining topics include GST, so global stocktake, but also Article 6, finance, just transition work program, mitigation work program, adaptation, global goal on adaptation, finance I mentioned. So yeah, maybe I left something out, but anyway, so there are still remaining important topics to be discussed, and they have been also calling parties to consider these from the view of climate justice, equity, mitigation, ambition, and different views should be reflected in that discussion. And that's the approach to try to support the system. And at the same time, behind the scene, there are a lot of colleagues working on the wordings and waiting for the next versions of the texts. And yeah, so I'm sure that tomorrow in the policy brief you will be more informed about the situation, because now we are just waiting what's the next step.
Yes, so but you're hopeful, right? That you will you will end up with a good outcome in the end in 2 days' time, or what you take on that?
I think one has to be all hopeful, of course, but I think it's a difficult as it is always. I think I haven't seen any climate conference where people wouldn't be disappointed that we are not doing enough. There have been achievements in this COP already. We know all about the loss and damage finance, and also this fund, and also the finance flowing to that, but also this mitigation ambition is really that's a hot topic. We should be as ambitious as possible now, and I think that there are most important discussions still ahead.
Before I let the audience come in with any questions that they might have, I was wondering if I could ask you a little bit about the global stocktake specifically, because the outcome of the first global stocktake is to inform parties on the developments of the future NDCs, the national development commitments. And so I was wondering, on your area, like agriculture and food systems, do you see that this global stocktake and this process that we now have could further strengthen how countries tackle agriculture and food systems in their NDCs, in the future NDCs, that is?
Yeah, that is what would be very important. And as far as I understand, and I've been following, there are not supposed to be any sectoral targets. So that's of course like a disappointing, because that would be one way to achieve that kind of like support that. But it's still, I'm convinced that that the COP presidency, that the Emirates are committed to highlight somehow food systems in their do you call it then cover decision or the decision of this COP. They have highlighted in this voluntary base with this declaration, where there is a ministerial today, or was it already? And it was launched at the beginning at the summit, climate summit. So that is something they have been looking at. I've also heard that also parties during our negotiations who hadn't been signing that yet have been signing that after. So it might be also something to communicate to us that if they would have been doing it before, that would have been like signed to us, to the EU, that I accept these wordings, because the wordings in that declaration, which is outside, it's not part of the negotiations, it's outside, it's something like the voluntary base, it's still highlighting like having wordings which are difficult to achieve in our negotiations, because it takes always the time to push for more ambition also in our texts from how I see it. So yeah, so there is still, so I would be surprised if the food systems wouldn't be somehow highlighted in the COP decision either. But let's see, and this is also something, this declaration, even though it's outside of the negotiations, it's something it's going to support us in the future, I think, because there you have the understanding that all of these 150 something or even more countries have actually signed that. That means that they accept the view mentioned, or like how it's presented in the declaration, and that means that it's also like speaking about the same topics we should be highlighting in our negotiation, in our decisions. So I'm hopeful, but it's going to be difficult. Let's see.
That's hopeful. I think I would like to, before I let you go to your very important job that you're doing, I wanted to see if there is anyone in the audience that might have a question. Yes, I see one over there.
Hi, and thanks very much for your interesting insights. I just wanted to ask, in the negotiation rooms, what's the breakdown between the focus on making changes on the consumption side versus changes on the production side? Is there more focus on one, or what does that look like in looking across the whole food system?
Thank you for the question. So consumption is a difficult topic. As you can understand, that there are countries very much relying on production of meat, for example. So that brings us, if we talk about consumption in the room, it brings us to this kind of topics, and then there are like countries opposing us to discuss the topics. I don't think there are any of the parties who actually wouldn't be aware of where we are, what we should be doing, but they are also presenting their countries, their positions in the bigger negotiating group. So that means that, but I think the food system is already in our texts, and food system includes also consumption. It includes all everything. So I think that's the way how we introduce also this consumption side in our discussions. And what has been told to me here, I haven't been there for that many years, but I have heard that at the beginning of this agriculture being as an agenda item, there were not that many people interested in listening to our discussions. You might even find seats in the rooms if you had an open consultation. But nowadays we have 300 people pushing and trying to get into the room. So that means that it's necessary for us to speak with different words and broaden the scope from agriculture to food systems, so that we are like that gives also like more visibility if it's like about finance going to these topics, but also like it stresses this importance of why it should be discussed, these topics. But yeah, consumption is not in yet, but maybe in the future. But it is, as a part of a food system, we understand it, that it's in, but it's not been discussed. Could be something to discuss under future topics, like future workshops, for example.
All right, thank you very much for the question. I think we are just about to wrap up here. I would think, yeah, but if there is any other questions from the audience, we would like to have that now. Is there any other? Nope. But then again, Anna, I'm really happy that you're still sort of hopeful, and it's 2 days left. A lot can happen in 2 days, as I know. And if you're looking a little bit ahead then for the bond session to come, what would you hope to achieve there?
I hope that we can actually focus on the implementation of this COP decision we have. It was a good decision. It has a good wordings. We have been highlighted or told that it has been also influencing the financial flows. For example, World Bank has been telling us that they have read the decision and that influences the way what they are going to finance. So I think it's really important message that these decisions make difference or can make difference. But I hope that we could focus, instead of discussing the organization, which was mainly like focused here now, we should be discussing the subject and the objectives of the decision and how to really like implement the decision we have in hands. So that means that then we would focus on discussing how to improve this implementation on the ground, instead of how many different bodies there should be discussing about this under UNFCCC.
Yeah, that's a very good point taken. But that also kind of made me think about the ministerial level, because sometimes the ministers has an opportunity or a chance to lift technical or very political issues from the technical negotiations to the political negotiations when they see there is an opportunity to do so. And do you think that, given the geopolitical situation and context, do you think that ministers here are taking this issue as seriously as they should?
Definitely they don't have any choice. They have to take it seriously. They know their responsibility, I think. I'm also hopeful that, as I understood before, that food security, climate action on agriculture are important, and for also resilient food systems are important for the presidency, co-presidency, and that makes also they have a lot of influence also what they bring to the table, what is actually being discussed at the end, and what kind of elements they have. So they might be also always there is space, as you said, for surprises, in a sense that even though it's not maybe the big topic here. It's the big topic is the fossil fuels and this energy transition. But then again, we all know it already, but that is how it is now. But in 10 years or 20 years, the hot topic will be food system and will be forests and will be this, will be the land use sector in a different way, because then the share of the emissions, it looks different. So I think that maybe it might be even one of those easier topics for presidency also to highlight if they want to give something.
Okay, a final question. I mean, given that we're in the Nordic Pavilion and we are, gathering forces here to put climate and energy and all transition basically on top of the agenda. And what do you think the Nordics, the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Nordic Cooperation more specifically can do to strengthen, the transformation that needs to happen in the food systems and the agriculture sector?
Well, I think these Nordic nutrition recommendations, they are really, really much what we just want to see. And here they are highlighting, I think it's a very similar issue than highlighting, as health has been for the first time maybe highlighted that in quite a lot in this COP, and you have the similar issue there that as you can, being in Dubai and breathing this air here, you see that there are health effects of these pollutions from the fossil fuels. So cutting fossil fuels, you have possibility to improve health. And that's the similarities with it goes also together that if you increase the consumption of healthy food and take transform the diets to more healthy ways, it's also climate sustainable, and that is the strong message of the Nordic nutrition recommendations, and I think there is ask for that. So that is one big example we could be highlighting, and you are highlighting, and that's there is ask for that kind of message also in our rooms.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much to the audience. We will let you go to the final stages, to follow the final stages in the negotiations, and we're all hopeful. So thank you, everyone, for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Hello, and welcome to this event, Sustainable Aquatic Food Systems, Food Security and Nutrition Within Planetary Boundaries by the Global Action Network, Food from the Oceans and Inland Waters for Food Security and Nutrition, and with the support of the CGIAR, the EBCD, and the Blue Food Coalition. A big thank you to the Nordic Council of Ministers for inviting us to arrange this event. I'm Anita Utem Iversen, head of the Global Action Network and specialist director in the Norwegian Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries. Some of us are here in Dubai, while someone is joining us virtually out there in the world. A warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining. We have an interesting lineup today, including 2 high-level opening remarks. Unfortunately, Ms. Anne Beate Tvinnereim, the Norwegian Minister of International Development, couldn't join us. However, we are very lucky that she sent her political advisor, Mr. Syver Zakariassen, to deliver her remarks on behalf of her. So, please, Zakariassen, you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak at this important event. First, I send my regards from my minister. She said she couldn't be here. It's my pleasure to join you today to discuss the importance of sustainable aquatic food systems. Aquatic food is often overlooked in the discourse regarding food and nutrition security. Political priority is crucial for raising awareness and actions for the importance of sustainable aquatic food systems. Food security goes beyond having enough food. It also is about having the right food. Aquatic food has a small environmental footprint, and yet it provides high-quality protein and essential nutrients that are vital for our health and development. Norway is prioritizing food security in our development policy and the importance of food from the ocean. In 2017, Norway established the Global Action Network on Food from Oceans and Inland Waters on the request from the WHO and FAO. We have recently committed to extend the activities and the Global Action Network until 2030. The network will continue to share knowledge and experience on consumption of aquatic food, on sustainable harvesting and production of aquatic food. Recently, the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economics released an expert report. I'll get this right. The Ocean as a Solution to Climate Change. This report identified 5 ocean-based climate action areas which can help fight climate change. One of several co-benefits of these actions is increased global food security. Norway is committed to support developing countries to promote sustainable food systems. With regards to aquatic food, this is done through the following. 1. Fish for Development, a program that focuses on knowledge-based management of fisheries and aquaculture, and monitoring to ensure environmental and economic sustainability. The Nansen-programmet, the Nansen program, the ship, to improve knowledge on nutrient composition of aquatic foods, preservation methods, and local value chains. 3. Ocean for Development, supports ocean governance and ocean management. 4. And finally, follow up on the voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries to increase consumption of aquatic food in low-income groups. To reiterate, the ocean is often overlooked in the discourse regarding food security. We must pull together to increase the understanding of food from the ocean and its critical role for food, nutrition, and food security, and for achieving our common climate goals. I look forward to following the discussions at this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zakariassen, for these insightful remarks on behalf of the Minister. We are also pleased to have Ms. Karen Ellemann, the Secretary General of the Nordic Council of Ministers, with us to deliver some opening remarks. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think I'll keep my glasses on because otherwise I won't be able to read anything. But thank you so much for being here and for joining us. The ocean, of course, is a major part of climate solutions. All life on Earth depends on the ocean. It regulates our climate. It's home to much of our planet's biodiversity. And more than 3 billion people globally depend on the ocean for their livelihoods. But the ocean is at risk from climate changes, loss of nature, pollution, overexploitation of resources, and this is putting at risk the services that it provides. A healthy ocean that can provide renewable energy, carbon storage, and the possibility to increase food from the ocean manifold. This can also provide a dietary shift away from intensive land-based food production. In our effort to protect the ocean and its ecosystems, we need to jointly address climate change, biodiversity loss, and global food systems to secure long-term sustainability. In 2022, the Nordic Prime Ministers, they set out an ambitious plan to ensure that oceans are resilient enough to combat the negative impact of climate change. And in their joint declaration, the Nordic Prime Ministers highlighted that sustainable food and energy systems play a key role to contributing to the 2030 climate goals. So what we eat not only affects our health, but it also, of course, affects the health of the planet. Earlier this year, we at the Nordic Council of Ministers, we launched the new edition of the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations. It is the globally leading scientific report showing the interlinkages between healthy and sustainable diets, and it guides us towards better foods. The new edition highlights the importance of aquatic food in our diets from the health perspective as well as the sustainability perspective. Food from the ocean is particularly nutritious. It contains omega-3 fatty acids and micronutrients that are essential for physical and cognitive development, and they play a particularly important role for children, for pregnant women, and for nursing mothers. Food from the sea can also be better for the climate, because when seafood is sustainably produced, it has lower greenhouse gas emissions than most other proteins. So shifting diets towards these products will have an impact on the climate. Seafood is the world's most traded commodity. That's why we must take into account the interdependencies between North and South, and the important interlinkages between land-based and ocean-based foods. So we need to have dialogues like the one we're going to have right now. We need to explore how we can scale up action on ocean health, on climate, and sustainable food. So it will actually be crucial to build cooperation among stakeholders from across sectors and across regions to bring this potential to life. And I'm looking so much forward listening to all of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just put it here. I can take it. Thank you, Mrs. Ellemann, for setting the stage for the rest of this event together with Zachariasen. I think both of you underscored the importance of pulling together, and that's also part of the network's focus. So let me now take us over to the next part of the session. The Global Action Network seeks to mobilize actions for sustainable aquatic food systems for food security and nutrition by sharing knowledge and good practices and to increase sustainable harvesting, production and consumption of safe and nutritious aquatic foods. The network includes cross-sectoral expertise, enabling stakeholders to collaborate and supporting each other by sharing and showcasing possible solutions, discuss how to connect research and policy, and how to put the good solutions into action. The HLP Ocean panel has concluded that there is vast potential for increased production and consumption of aquatic foods. They have also highlighted the lack of progress in harnessing it. Aquatic foods exhibit low carbon footprints, and certain types, such as seaweed, even sequester carbon. The potential should be released to contribute to sustainable food systems, providing food security and nutrition within planetary boundaries. We face challenges, both climate change and public health. It's imperative that we explore solutions for overcoming our challenges. We must accelerate our efforts and take advantage of the opportunities that lies in the aquatic food systems. Today we have gathered a group of experts who will highlight actions to unlock the potential and promote the transformative change towards a healthier and more eco-friendly future. So now let us turn to the next speaker. I will now invite Christopher Adjei from the Student Association IFSA. Mr. Adjei is a young representative and advocate for aquatic foods, and he will give us the perspective from the younger generation. Please, Mr. Adjei, you have the floor.
Thank you. Please, my name is Christopher Adjei from International Forestry Students Association, and I'm here to deliver a speech on the youth perspective on coastal management, sustainable fisheries, and responsible aquaculture for food security. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and friends, it is with great pleasure that we gather here today for this pivotal event that holds promise for shaping the future of sustainable aquatic food systems. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the crucial role of sustainable aquatic food systems in contributing to food security, nutrition, and environmentally mindful food production within our planetary boundaries. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all contributing individuals and organizations for their invaluable support in making this program a reality. Today, I stand before you with a profound sense of responsibility and passion as I share the youth perspective on coastal management, sustainable fisheries, and aquaculture for food security. Hailing from a coastal community, my journey has been deeply intertwined with the awe-inspiring beauty and ecological diversity of our coastal regions. This bond has forged a deep commitment within me, driving my advocacy for the management of our natural resources. First off, let me emphasize the urgency of this mission and the crucial role that the young people play in it. As a young advocate myself, I represent a generation deeply committed to preserving our natural resources. Our future is intricately connected to the fate of our coastal regions, fisheries, and aquaculture practices when it comes to ensuring food security. We, the youth, stand that our coastal management is vital in addressing the impacts of climate change. We are often at the forefront of climate advocacy. We recognize that protecting our coastal regions is crucial for climate resilience and adaptation. From rising sea levels to ocean acidification, we grasp the urgency of safeguarding our coasts. The well-being of our coastal regions directly affects our lives. Efforts in coastal management, such as preserving clean water, maintaining healthy ecosystems, our building resilience infrastructure are essential for the safety and prosperity of our coastal communities. When it comes to sustainable fisheries are vital for our future livelihoods. Many young individuals in coastal communities understand the need for responsible practices that ensure fish production remain excess. This allows for long-term economic opportunities in the fishery industry, which we see as crucial for our well-being. Sustainable fisheries play a significant role in protecting marine ecosystems and biodiversity. We recognize the importance of maintaining healthy fish stocks and minimizing the negative impact of fishing activities on the marine environment. Responsible aquaculture practices provide a sustainable food source for all of us. Global demand for seafood continues to rise, and aquaculture plays a crucial role in providing a consistent and reliable supply. Responsible aquaculture ensures that we meet this demand while preserving the health of our oceans and marine life. In conclusion, the youth perspective on the importance of coastal management, sustainable fisheries, and aquaculture for food security is the one that recognizes the urgency of these issues. Our future depends on the responsible management of our coastal resources and the adoption of sustainable practices. Together, we can make a positive impact and secure a better future for our generations to come. Let us unite in our shared commitment to safeguard our coasts, advocate for sustainable practices, conserve marine biodiversity, and fortify our positions as drivers of positive transformation. Together, let us imbue our collective efforts with a conviction that our actions today resonate deeply with the cause of our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay, for this inspiring and passionate speech, motivating us to continue our work. And your personal connection to the coastal communities added a sincere touch to this speech, I think. And as you said, young people, you have a special understanding of the urgency of this matter, and their future depends on our actions. So it's very important that we include the young voices in all relevant work that we are doing. So thank you for that. So I will now invite next panelists, Mr. Blomhoff, Ms. Ma, and Ms. Tolset, to come up and take your seats. And I'm now pleased to hand the floor over to Dr. Shakuntala Tilsted, Director, Nutrition, Health and Food Security Impact Area at the CGIAR and 2021 World Food Prize winner. So she will be moderating the panel discussion, and I'm looking forward to listening to you all.
That was good? Okay, thank you. Firstly, thank you so much, Anita, for all that you have done and all that you have done in the Global Action Network since the very beginning. Today we have with us invited three experts on this panel to share their work and experience related to sustainable food systems and healthy diets within planetary boundaries. And we will ask the same questions in some way, but I will make it so that it fits to your work and your experience, to get your overall views on the question: what are the important steps to release the potential of aquatic food systems, including shifting diets towards increased consumption of diverse sustainable food systems. Very often when we talk about aquatic foods, or foods for that matter, we stick just to the production and rarely move to the consumption. It would be nice if we can take a shift and move from the consumption back to the production. And in that respect, include the holistic food systems approach. The Nordic countries work together, as we have heard, to provide scientific evidence on food and nutrition. And we have with us Rune, who led the latest scientific review of the Nordic nutrition recommendations. Rune is also a professor at the University of Oslo. So I'll turn to you first and ask your perspectives on what are the important steps to optimize the potential of aquatic food systems and also shift diets towards increased consumption of diverse, sustainable aquatic foods.
Thank you. I think any change in any food system should, if possible, be based on best available scientific evidence. So a shift towards increased consumption of aquatic foods must be based on best available scientific evidence, both on health effects and environmental effects of consumption. And this is exactly why we have developed the Nordic Nutrition Recommendation as a science base for implementation. The recent NNR 2023 report is probably the most comprehensive and systematic evidence update available on both health effects and environmental effects. Several hundred scientists from many countries were involved for more than 3 years and produced a report with thousands of pages. And I'm happy to present that this is the summary of this extensive NNR 2023 report. In NNR 2023, we have first updated evidence on health effects of foods, including fish and seafoods, using qualified systematic literature reviews. We conclude that there is strong evidence that fish intake lowers the risk of cardiovascular disease, total all-cause mortality, and cognitive decline. Fish and seafoods are also important sources of many nutrients. Fish may also contain contaminants, such as dioxin and PCBs. While it is important to restrict intake of such fish, based on the risk-benefit assessment, the benefit clearly outweighs potential risk for all age groups in the Nordic and Baltic countries. Then we consider the environmental effect of fish and seafoods. Greenhouse gas emission per kilogram seafood is generally lower than most other animals, but it varies. Main impact from capture fisheries is fossil fuel used for fishing vessels, while main impact of aquaculture comes from feed production. Other environmental stressors of wild capture fisheries is overfishing, bycatch, and bottom trawling, which can negatively impact biodiversity. There are also several other sustainability issues that need to be considered, such as animal welfare and antibiotics in aquaculture. So, our integrated conclusion, based both on health and environment, is that the Nordic Nutrition Recommendation 2023, we recommend consumption of between 300 and 450 gram fish per week, and stress that the consumption should be based or come from sustainable managed fish stocks. Since the sources of fish consumption is very different in different countries, this needs to be carefully considered by each country. NNR have no specific recommendation for other seafoods, since health effects have not been studied in enough detail as yet on other seafoods. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rune. And it's really good to all the work thank you for the work you've done with the Nordic nutrition recommendations. And personally, I must say, as the director of the Nutrition Impact Platform in the CGIAR, and also as co-chair of Eat Lancet, I make very much use of these recommendations and promote them to all countries that are now working on their national pathways. So I thank you so much for that, Rick. Let us now hear from Shujing Ma, Fisheries Officer, Climate Change Specialist at FAO. Thank you for being here. FAO plays an important role in fisheries, aquaculture, and food supply chains, as well as overall on food and nutrition security. Last year, the FAO launched the Blue Transformation, outlining the roadmap for FAO to guide member countries to transform and increase the potential of aquatic food systems. May I please invite you to give us the FAO perspective on our key questions. What are the important steps to optimize the potential of aquatic food systems and shift diets towards increased consumption of diverse, sustainable aquatic foods?
Thank you, moderator. And since I'm working for FAO, which is a UN organization with a mandate on food security, I would like to contextualize my answer mentioning two figures. The first figure is that in 2022, we still have more than 700 million people struggling with hunger. And the second figure is that more than 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. And these two numbers are not acceptable. And to change the situation, aquatic food can become a powerful solution. And why? I can give you two main reasons. The first reason is the carbon efficiency. This point is already mentioned by many speakers before me. So I have a slide, if you can show. There are some figures. Okay, yes. So if you look at the figure on the left, we can see that fisheries and aquaculture have generally much lower carbon footprint than land-based animal protein production systems. And the second reason is the growth potential. So from the figure in the middle, we can see that the consumption of aquatic food has been growing twice the rate of population growth. And aquatic food is expected to contribute an even bigger portion to future food baskets. And of course, the next steps are not just about increasing production. It is also about production in a more sustainable manner with minimal carbon and environmental footprint. And how to do that? At FAO, we are implementing a large program called Blue Transformation Initiative. And it has 3 measurable climate resilient objectives. First is to sustainably intensify and expand aquaculture as an essential mechanism for climate change adaptation. And the second objective is to effectively manage 100% of the fisheries resources from oceans, rivers, and lakes. And the third objective is to develop aquatic food value chain and to reduce food loss and waste, and also benefit from the circular economic principles. And talking about the value chain, consumption is an important step, and it's very important to raise the awareness and also demand from consumers for more nutritious and sustainable aquatic foods. This is why FAO is also supporting countries in developing and revising and implementing food-based dietary guidelines. And the purpose of these guidelines is exactly to help consumers to make more informed decisions about what to eat and how to eat. And to conclude my answer, I want to highlight that aquatic food is not just another item on our plate. It can become a one stone for two birds solution. And I want to conclude by saying that aquatic food is a climate action. It is also a food security action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shujing, and thank you and FAO for being part of the Global Action Network and for the collaboration and partnership that we have had with FAO in the Global Action Network since its beginning. Now let me turn to Hilda. Hilde, you are the CEO of Norse Cooling, a chicken producing company and subsidiary of the retailer Rema 1000. Sustainable food systems must deliver on food and nutrition security, including access to sufficient, nutritious, and safe foods that meet dietary needs, and also food preferences for all, leaving no one behind. An important pillar of holistic food systems is the desirability of foods and ways to shift diets, consumers' awareness, and the choices that consumers make. It is so good to have you with us because with your vast knowledge and experience on consumer choices and on your work on transforming the chicken production systems, we look forward to having you share with us these experiences and how we can use these to create a shift to enhancing sustainable production and increasing consumption preferences of diverse aquatic foods. So again, the same question, what do you see as the most important steps to optimize the potential of the aquatic food systems and shift diets towards increasing consumption of sustainable, diverse aquatic foods? Over to you, Hilde.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. As one of the largest chicken producers in Norway, our mission is to produce healthy food with low carbon footprint and world-leading animal welfare. And this at a cost that a consumer can afford. We believe sustainable solutions ought to be standard for everything we produce, not a premium product. This is not an easy job, but it is possible. For 10 years ago, we had major problems within our production. We had numerous discrepancies and audits and supervisory authorities, and our reputation was really, really bad. With Reitan Retail as our new owner, we started an enormous value-based transformation. And it all started in 2017 when we changed to the slower-growing breed. This was a game changer. Slower-growing chickens, they are healthier, they play more, they live longer, and they have a natural behavior. They simply have a better and they have a longer life. With the change of this breed, the occurrence of reproduction release diseases fell by 60%. And occurrence of heart disease dropped by close to 80%. And today we have a 40% lower mortality every day in our farmhouses. In 2022, we took the animal welfare even a step further. We became the first industrial producer in the world to be certified according to the European Chicken Commitment. This is an animal welfare standard supported by 40 animal welfare organizations throughout the world. This standard secures the best welfare for the chicken, not because the consumer pressured us to do so, but because we believe that this is the responsible thing to do. Over the years, critics have questioned whether the investment in animal welfare is sustainable both economically and environmentally. Our answer is always the same. By investing in high-tech and responsible solutions, we have built a value chain that is more efficient, with better yield and less loss. And we even have a lower climate footprint than for farmed salmon. Today, we need 3 million fewer chicken per year to produce the same amount of meat than we did before the transaction. And there is no doubt. The animal has better welfare and has given us proven much better results in the production. And we also know that the consumer behavior and the consumer cares about animal welfare. Earlier this year, Europe's largest independent brand study of sustainability ranked our brand to the most sustainable for chicken, and the 40th most sustainable of all brands in Norway. But let me close this remark with the most valuable lessons for our turnaround: the importance of cross-sectional collaboration. We have become world-leading in animal welfare because we collaborate closely with farmers, NGOs, R&D, and with other business partners. When we share more information and knowledge and work together, we find better solutions. although we compete in market shares and we must collaborate on sustainability. In fact, as a food producer, we have no other choice. We cannot wait for consumers to demand a change. We must lead the change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hilde. And Shujung, I want to go back to you and make a point that you made. We know, or at least the work we do, we know that diverse aquatic foods are extremely important for nutritious diets. And you made the point, especially in low and middle income countries, where we know that aquatic foods are perishable and that there's a great amount of work that we should be doing more with respect to loss, also with respect to waste, especially in high-income countries, and also looking at the reduction in loss of waste to improve the access also for the poor, leaving no one behind. And Hilde, you made an extremely important point that when we look towards food and nutrition security and look towards ensuring that all can get access to nutritious foods, that affordability, and for the work many of us do in low and middle income countries, we know that affordability is an extremely important factor to take into consideration in meeting the needs for diverse aquatic foods. So thank you so much to Rune, to Shujung, and to Hilde for being on the panel with me today. We still have a few minutes, so I'd like to open up for some questions from the audience. Please. No, come here. Please give your name and where you come from.
Hi, everyone. My name is Juan Pablo from Duke University in the United States. I'm really interested in Nordic food systems, and specifically, I hear a lot about animal protein. Is there any role for kelp and or, ocean plants in the food systems?
You want to take that, Shujung? Aruna also, yes.
Okay, maybe I can answer this question. So at FAO, we have a biennium flagship publication, and the next version will come out next year. And it has all the latest production data for aquatic animal production and also for the aquatic plants production. So if you look at this publication, you can see that actually the production of aquatic plants has been growing over the last decades. And then, in terms of consumption, I think we need to admit that in different countries and even different individuals, you may have different preference, like in what to eat. So I'm from China, so from Asia. So for me, for example, seaweed is very common. A common food in China. So you have a lot of seaweed soup, seaweed snacks, which is very delicious, by the way. So, but then I live in Europe for a couple of years. Then I realized you cannot find these kind of products in the European market. And then people actually, maybe they are not that aware, or if they try, they didn't like it. So I think that's why I say it's very important to raise the awareness of the consumers and to have certain activities to help them transit to more sustainable consumption manners. So if they realize, okay, I can have seaweed. Seaweed can also be cooked in a delicious way. And it can also provide the protein and provide the essential micronutrients to my health. And it will at the same time help the environment. And then if the consumer change the consumption behaviors, I think this is like what we need to do more in the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shujung. And Rune, may I just ask you, how was seaweed, for example, taken into consideration in the Nordic nutrition recommendations?
There is a lot of innovation in other seafood than fish. But as of now, there is not enough evidence for us to give out or formulate specific recommendation. We demand high quality scientific evidence when we formulate scientific evidence. So at this point, there is not enough scientific evidence, but there is for sure a lot of innovation in that area.
Thank you for bringing up that point about the lack of data. And I'm sure that as time goes by and very quickly, we are going to get much more data, especially on seaweed. Hilde, you wanted to say something?
I just want to say that we need all the proteins that we can get. Also, within 30 years, we need between 50 and 70% more proteins. So all the resources in the sea, we are only using, I think, 4% of the sea. So all the resources that we can find in the sea and also what we can produce on land is important. So that's what.
So I do think there's time for one more question from the audience. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ashley Martinez, and I'm from the University of Michigan. You spoke a lot about how we can use aquatic food systems as a source for increasing food security. But a lot of the areas that are actually facing food deserts are really landlocked in. And so then there's this challenge of how do we get this perishable food, as you mentioned, to these individuals who are in most need of it. So I was hoping you could speak a little bit to this challenge and what are some things that we need to push for or shift. Maybe it's more of the infrastructure perspective in order to make these changes.
Go ahead, Hilde. You want to start? No, you can start, Hilde. Go ahead.
To understand the question, how can we produce even more efficient? Was that the question? No.
It's difficult. Yeah, come. Yes, to distribute. Yes.
I'm sorry, to distribute it. To get it all over to the whole world. Yes. I think one of the biggest issues that we have is regarding, having enough information of all the food production regarding data collection. And when we are collecting, we are using protein sources in our chicken production from all over the world. The most difficult thing is to find the correct data about the proteins are including and the emission that they're having. So having the production both in the seafood farming industry and for the poultry business, we need to have, we need to work on infrastructure regarding, data collection to improve the production. And also, being able to produce for everyone at as lowest cost as possible. As I said earlier, we need to secure that we are producing at the low cost as possible. And then we need to learn from each other. And as you said, the technology is really, really important. We need to constantly improve to get more efficient so that every resource that we're using it as efficient as possible. And that all the protein sources that we have in the sea or on the land, we will use it as high up in the value chain as possible. Today we are feeding cats and dogs with the byproducts from the salmon industry. I would love to have it to feed the poultry, and we should eat more of them ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and let's talk afterwards. I'll give you some feedback on that. Let me hand over now to Anita to close our session.
Yes, Okay. So, on behalf of the Global Action Network, thank you all. It has been an inspiring and interesting session. And thank you to the speakers for your active participation and for sharing all your knowledge. And thank you, Shakuntala, for moderating this event. Thank you very much. We have reached the end of today's session. I wish to thank the Nordic Council of Ministers Secretariat and also thank the Secretariat of the Global Action Network back home. And thank you to the supporters of this event. And last but not least, thank you to the audience for being here, and for those out there, thank you for joining. And I hope to see you again later on a later event for the Global Action Network. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mika Jalava from Aalto University, and I want to welcome you all to this afternoon's program on circularity in food systems. And this afternoon program is going to be showcasing different climate sustainable ways of food production in the future that have been developed in cooperation between researchers and farmers in the Finnish Catch the Carbon program. And the keynote speakers are going to be discussing this possibility to produce food without fields, circular agriculture economy, and market-based solutions for carbon sequestration. And without further ado, I would like to invite Hanna Höjer, our youth climate delegate from Finland.
Thank you, Mika. It's actually very easy to feel quite desperate as a young person in today's world. And that is quite evident already with the pessimism that is very prevalent regarding this COP, for example. This COP where if you go to social media, if I speak with young people, my friends back in Finland, they, have this rhetoric and narrative of this being, nonsense, a circus where we are just being, in an oil-producing country, living our best life, supposedly solving something. And this results in a lot of frustration with the political system, a lot of fear for our future, and a lot of anger on what the world is today from young people. And that is a very, very dangerous thing, these feelings that can lead to desperation. Because if young people fall into desperation, we have very little to actually go on in pursuing a more sustainable future. And to combat this sense of desperation, we need hope. And for me, one of the things that have brought me hope in my work has been the increasing experience I've gained in the field of regenerative agriculture and other climate sustainable food production solutions. They really give me hope. And the experience I've had, for example, I did my first step in the environmental field was with this non-profit NGO, Baltic Sea Action Group back in Finland, who among other things run this carbon action platform that pursues regenerative agriculture or carbon farming, if you will, back in Finland. And I really fell in love with the concept of regenerative agriculture. I really fell in love with the field, as I will illustrate in this keynote speech today. And thus, after kind of falling in love with the field or the topic, I did my thesis work in high school on the use of regenerative agriculture in Ethiopia to explore both the ecological and societal potential of implementing these methods and processes. And now, after all of this, I would like to share the three main reasons of why I ended up doing this, of why I kind of fell in love with the field, of why this concept brings me as a young person so much hope. So the first main reason would be the concreteness of these methods, of this field. People working with solutions such as regenerative agriculture are not only looking to collaborate in the future and looking to do things in practice in some years after we've set the goals and such, but they rather already collaborate. They're rather already out there in the fields, hands in the soil, and actually doing the things, implementing the solutions as we should be doing today. And as a 19-year-old following the COP28 negotiations, things get kind of very abstract, very sort of unnecessarily complex, and very, very frustrating real fast in the negotiation rooms. And that is why working with these solutions, talking about these concepts, brings me so much hope, as it is the very opposite from the petty fighting over, conceptual agenda items or choices of words that you then see back in the negotiation rooms. This is action. This is action based on science, and this is action based on nature, and that brings me a lot of hope. The second main reason would be the multiple benefits that these approaches can carry, where no one is actually thrown under the bus with this transition, but rather everyone can actually prosper in the long term. With these approaches, we are working with biodiversity. We're not working against it, but we're working with nature, with biodiversity. The whole idea behind these concepts is to take care of the soil, take care of soil health, take care of the ecosystem, which in turn then brings all of these different benefits. So in the long term, everyone can actually benefit, everyone can prosper, which is crucial when we speak of something as important and vital as our food system. And when we think of sustainability, it's not on ecological sustainability that we need to care about, while it maybe should be prioritized a bit more in today's discourse. As a young person, we really can't do one kind of sustainability at the cost of others, because that's gonna, that's not gonna work out in the long term, which is where I will be then living as a young person in 50 years. So if we think of ecological sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability, all of those need to be addressed in this wider sustainability transition, not only in our food systems, but also more widely in our society. And for example, in my research that I did as my thesis work, I discussed all these three kinds of sustainabilities, which are all addressed with regenerative agriculture, which is related to the many benefits that it carries. If we think of ecological sustainability, these methods can actually act as climate change mitigation. If we think of economic benefits and sustainability, this is actually increasing productivity in the long term. And if we think of social sustainability, this actually increases resilience of the soils, of our food systems, which is especially vital, again, in the face of the climate crisis. So actually farmers can benefit, the companies can benefit, consumers can benefit, the soil can benefit, and most importantly, the wider ecosystem and the wider climate can benefit through these systems and solutions. And that really brings me hope again. And then thirdly, the third main reason would be that these are actually long-term structural and collaborative solutions. So these multiple benefits actually allow this transition to be sustainable holistically, to have such longevity, because everyone can actually prosper in the long term. So we can actually sustain this transition in the long term. So with these solutions, all the different sectors can come together. So this fosters a society, a system-wide transition. So companies, farmers, science, they all come together, and that is exactly what we need. It's actually the only way to actually do this transition with the pace that we need it to happen with. So what Carbon Action, for example, the platform in Finland that I was working with does, it brings together the many different stakeholders to look for these solutions together. And this is actually kind of similar to why it is arguably maybe even good that we're actually having these climate negotiations here in the United Arab Emirates, which is a bit counterintuitive with it being an oil-producing country, and also comes surely with some cons. But we all know that these oil-producing countries, these fossil fuel-reliant countries, have to be on board the transition as well. So while it's not necessarily easy to have the climate negotiations in here, in an oil-producing country, but still actually a solution that involves those countries as well is not only ideal, but actually to some extent necessary, the only way to actually have that holistic transition. So as a young person who will live with the consequences of the solutions that we implement today, the long-term prospects to transition into a more efficient, climate-friendly, natural and collaborative system, that really, really brings me hope again. So in this keynote, I've talked about the concreteness of these solutions, I've talked about the multiple benefits they can carry, and I've talked about how they can actually be sustained in the long term while fostering structural change with collaborative solutions. And in addition to these things, in conclusion, there is one more thing that actually does also bring me hope, and that is the people working on these solutions. Through working in this field, I've got to work with incredibly skilled, ambitious, and passionate people. And as a young person, again, it's very easy to feel like no one is doing anything. But in my role, I feel like I'm privileged in that I get to see that that isn't true, that there's actually progress, that there are actually people working, fighting for a better future. And not only young people, adults as well. So I'm honored to stand up here today and get to share that journey with all of you. So while there is still a lot left to do, because this panel discussion, these solutions are kind of only the first step in this wider transition, I still have a lot of hope, because regenerative agriculture actually illustrates how this wider sustainability transition with our food systems, but also more widely, can be an opportunity. It can be actually beautiful instead of being scary. And all there is left to do now is then to just do more. We need to collaborate more, we need to research more, we need to discuss more, and most importantly, we need to act more. And that is what I hope we will continue to do in this session and after this session here at COP and after that beyond. Thank you.
Thanks, Hanna. And it was wonderful to see the enthusiasm of our youth delegate, but through my discussions with our panelists, I know that the passion that you mentioned, it really is there in the work that they do. So we have today 3 panelists. Titta Kotilainen in the middle, a researcher from Finland, senior scientist. We have Mika Malin, a forward-looking carbon farmer. from Finland, and Shashila Dilani, a young organic farmer from Sri Lanka. And with the first answers, I'll let you introduce yourselves in a bit more depth, but let's go to the panel. So this first question is going to be for everyone, and your work differs, but also there are similarities, but everybody is affected very heavily by climate change. And how does it show in your work? And if you can give some practical examples, how does the climate change show up in your work? Titta, maybe if you start.
Thank you. So yes, I'm a senior scientist at Natural Resources Institute Finland, and my research group is horticulture technologies. And the field of study is controlled environment agriculture, where I'm specialized. And greenhouse production, traditionally in Finland, it's quite strong field of production actually, due to the fact that half of the year there's not enough light to produce any vegetables otherwise in any other way. And if one takes an example that 90% of the cucumbers that we consume in Finland are produced in Finland. So to give you an idea of the strength of the greenhouse sector in Finland. So that's for the year-round fresh vegetable production. But nowadays there's also the angle of coping with climate change. Because these controlled environments, whether it's a greenhouse or a vertical farm, can be implemented in situations where it's just too hot or too dry or too anything, basically, to grow things. So if you shelter the plants, then you can guarantee your yields, whatever happens outside. So yes, nowadays there's a strong sort of, from the research perspective, also this angle.
Thank you. What about Mika? How does climate change make a difference in your work?
Thank you. Thank you for the name, that the carbon farmer. I really want to be a normal farmer also, because I try to grow the yields as much as I can, but also I try to maximize increasing the carbon in the soil. And also the biodiversity is really important to us. But for the questions, that's in nowadays we have truly troubles in Finland with the water and heat. And like last spring, when we need the water, we didn't got it, and then we got it when we don't need it. As in the harvest time, we got like 200 millimeters water per 1 week, so it's quite much. And I think it's a quite new thing in Finland, and I don't know, it's maybe coming from the climate change. Well, how we are trying to solve these problems? We are using as much as we can winter crops, like a rye. It has long roots and can take the water from the soil when it's dry also. Then the good soil health, of course, input or putting more organic matter to our clay soil will help. And of course, the keeping the soils plant covered all over the year. That's our solutions.
Okay, thank you. And Shashila, your climate environment is very different from that in Finland. So what about you? Tell about yourself and what climate change means to your daily work.
Okay, thank you, Mika. And thank you very much for inviting me to join in this panel discussion. And I'm Shashila Dilani from Monaragala Organic Farmers Association in Sri Lanka, and we are growing coconut, especially coconut spices and fruits, and also the herbs, and also we are promoting the organic farming system. And in our organization, there are 2,000 farmers in our organization, and they are all organic farmers, and also 300 of farmers are organic and fair trade farmers. And actually, I have engaged with farmers and listened to their struggles and the issues what they have faced. And according to the observation that I have gained from them and the discussion had with them, we have identified there's a significant impact on the farming system because of the climate change. So, as an example, when we consider about the rainfall, because all the crops are depending on the rainfall. There's not any external irrigation system, but due to the climate change, there is a variation in the rainfall pattern, also the rainfall intensity, and also increase in the temperature, and extremely happen in the frequently happen in the extreme events such as droughts and floods and other events. So it is directly impact to the reducing the crop yield and crop quality, and also it directly impact to reduce the income of farmers. So it is very difficult to adapt to this climate change, because farmers have not accessible to the financial services, and this is the reality of farmer, and all the farmers are depending on the farming, and their main occupation is farming in our country, and this is the reality of farming in our country, and that is the situation in our country.
This is interesting.
Thank you.
Very interesting to see and hear about the differences. We know that we need to increase food production in the future, probably up to doubling it. And Titta, your program is looking at food production without fields. So we know and we heard that there are already challenges in the field-based production, the traditional production. But does the production without fields, does it scale, and what kind of environmental footprint does that leave behind?
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of years ago we did something that at least I couldn't find any information beforehand. So growing soybeans in a greenhouse conditions. Because when we started the experiment, I tried to find some information that, what should be the light conditions, what kind of fertilizers and when to apply and all these kind of schemes. And I didn't find anything because, of course, growing soybeans in a greenhouse sounds a bit crazy. But from Finland's perspective, it doesn't, because we cannot really grow soybeans out in the field because the soybean is a short-day plant, and we have such long days in the summer so that the crop doesn't mature in our conditions. And yet we use about 100,000 tons of soybeans mainly as feed in Finland. So it's all, imported from elsewhere. So the environmental footprints, although at first it might seem insane, because of course greenhouse or vertical farming production consumes a lot of energy. There's the heat aspect and especially the electricity aspect that it's needed for supplemental lighting. But then if you consider that about a quarter of the soybeans that we import to Finland are produced in Brazil. So there's the aspect of biodiversity loss and all these kind of things. And if one grows the soybeans in a greenhouse so that there's heat reutilization and that both the heat and the electricity used are produced by renewable energy sources, then the tipping point starts to be, for the carbon footprint point of view, starts to favor that soybean production in greenhouses over poultry production in Finland. And of course the economics is the whole another topic to be discussed and solved and everything, but just to, as a researcher, I find it intriguing that we can go when we need, protect the crops we produce. Greenhouses and vertical farming can be used as a way to protect the yields. So that's from the soybean food without fields project example.
Thanks. It sounds like a complex issue, but I think that pretty much everything in the food systems is somehow complex, and everything affects everything else. Mika, you're involved with the Carbon Action Network, and can you elaborate a bit? What does it mean, and how does it work in your farm, and what is carbon farming?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really honored to be one of the farm in that group, and you can see the picture of somewhere there. There is the one group from the neighbor's field, but the carbon action is basically a way to research how much we can put carbon in the field. We have that carbon action project. We have more than 100 farms, and they all have a own way to do the carbon sequestration. First of all, we take to analyze from the field, and when the project is over, we take it to analyze again, and maybe the researcher and scientist will show us that how much we have had the carbon in the fields. The main point of the carbon action projects is that the project is like a living lab. We have their advisors, scientists, researchers, and of course the more than 100 farmers. And when we take to mix it together and go to the fields or some exhibition, we can have a lot of good discussion and new opportunities to make the choices in the fields. But I think the best part, as you see in the picture also, that the best part of this whole project is the cooperation with the farmers. We can share the good things and the failures and so, and it's really nice to be with all these guys.
Thanks, Mika. It seems like it's becoming true that the farmers are not just producers of food, but also the stewards of the environment that needs to support and provide the resources. Really interesting. Cecilia, you're part of the Monarlaga Organic Farmers Association and also Fair Trade Ambassador. How do you see that these networks help you in your work?
Thank you. Actually, as a part of the Monarlaga Organic Farmers Association and Fair Trade Ambassador, I think these networks play a major role to support into the sustainable agriculture. And the very special thing is Fair Trade NAP has done some carbon footprint studies for especially tea, cotton and sugarcane, and also fair trade and organic products have low carbon footprint, and also they are promoting only the organic farming. Actually, organic farming is the supporting to the sustainable agriculture. Not only that, they have implemented so many projects, programs to promote in the sustainable agriculture, and also providing the opportunity to community sharing, and also organizing the training programs and also awareness program to the farmers to increase the knowledge regarding the sustainable agriculture. And not only that, they are support to uplift the livelihood of the farmers and also give the premium and empowering farmers. Those are the things that done by the networks to supporting in the sustainable agriculture.
Thanks. So the many aspects of the organic farming came up there, and nutrient recycling is one of the things that probably affects or is important for all of you. And how does that get promoted in your work, and does it actually really affect the need for chemical fertilizers? Maybe Titta can begin.
Of course, greenhouse production, if we are not talking about organic production, is heavily dependent on chemical fertilizers. But the good thing about greenhouses and vertical farming is that you can have a sort of closed loop system. So you can recycle the nutrient solution and the water so that there are no nutrient leaches. So that's a good thing about that kind of production. But I think Mika will have more, more examples from the field that are more relevant to this point.
Okay, Mika, please go on.
Okay, I will help. We have made a lot of different experimental things. That how can we have nutrients and recycled fertilizer from our farm? Because of the of course the chemical reason, but also the carbon and the organic matter, which is a limiting in our clay soils. So that's one point that we try to get the organic matter more, and the one reason is to take it from the recycled fertilizers, or of course the soil improvement and like a fiber from the forest industry, as I have make a lot of job with them. Yeah. Was something, yeah, that using the recycled fertilizer and nutrient is one big point. That's the organic and the carbon. And when we have organic, we can also have avoid the nutrient losses, like our Baltic Sea or something. So it's really important thing.
Thanks. And Shashila, you already actually talked about your practices somewhat, but do you have some examples of the nutrient recycling and the effects of those?
Actually, already we are organic certified, and all the farmers are organic, and they practicing the organic practices in their farmers. And I think organic farming is the best nutrition recycling method that we can promote, because we are using the compost, organic compost, as the main nutrition supply, and it is its preparation by using the farmland waste, such as the trim branches and cow dung. You have heard about the coconut husk. Mm-hmm. Those are those have the high nutrition value, and organic compost is the best nutrition supplier for those production. And also, not only that, we have followed soil conservation methods such as the mulching, cover cropping, to retain the nutrition inside the farmland and reduce the leaching and the runoff of nutrition from our farmland. And those are the practices we carried out to reduce to promote the nutrition recycling process.
Thanks. Now I think it's about the time for the last question for the panel, and that's about scaling up. What do you think? How do these practices, circular economic practices, how do they scale up to the large demand of food production in the future? So if we think about this doubling the food production, can we get more for what we put in by taking these circular actions into use? Titta, maybe you can start again.
I use the soybean example again, because we've been having this wonderful project with another research organization, VTT, in Finland. And, as feed or food, we of course use from the soy the bean part, but the rest, all the leaves and the stems and the pods, what to do with that? It also applies to, more traditional greenhouse production. There's a lot of tomato leaves and stems, for example, and cucumbers and so. And nowadays, at least in Finland, it's composted. That's a very good thing, of course. but upscaling, really finding the opportunities in circular bioeconomy. So we tried something with VTT that these soybean leaves and stems, the sugar part from that is extracted and then used as a feed for the microbes in cellular agriculture. That is a sort of completely novel angle of food production. And we are looking forward for the first results just in next coming months.
Okay, thanks. Again, complicated things that hopefully become understandable and somehow practical in the future. Yeah, and Mika, what do you think about scaling up carbon farming? Is that something that could help us in the future in large scale?
Well, I hope so, but I'm not sure that everyone so open-minded or crazy than we are, that we have tried almost every nutrient or fertilizer that we can even use. But I want to say that the profitability in agriculture is a big thing that will bring us some new ideas and how we can use some different fertilizers or nutrients, because they must be cost effective and they have to be good for the farmers, not only for the biodiversity or the fields, but that it should give something to us then. And if I give you some example from us, we have used a lot of recycled slurries, which coming from the biogas industry, and they are really good for us because we have again organic, and then we have a nutrients from there. And that's one example to how we must use the new things, and maybe it's some kind of wide spreadable thing for all the world.
So it's again about research and education and understanding the economics of the farming. Shashila, what do you think about the future of scaling up organic farming?
Actually, it's a very hard question. We are already following the circular economy practices in small scale, but the problem is there's the cost for the sustainable production is very high compared with the conventional one. Farmers have ability to doing the farming practices by using the circular economic practices in large scale, but there's not considerable demand, and there's not good market for the organic production because it's very expensive than the conventional one. And so I think first we have to make the organic good demand for the organic products and good market for the organic products, and then we can follow the circular economic practices in our farming in large scale. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks also for the other panelists. And I would like to invite Nancy Rapando to give closing remarks. Nancy is from World Wildlife Fund, and thank you for the panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our dear panelists, who have outlined critical issues around farming with the impacts of climate. I would like to say that coming from the African continent, where we still face a lot of impacts of climate change, I'm coming from a country where we're now facing an El Nino in Kenya. A number of farms are now underwater. Some of the farmers cannot be able to transport their produce. And we are also having a lot of post-harvest losses because this El Nino happened during a period where farmers were harvesting. So this actually reminds us that our agriculture and food systems are heavily impacted by climate change. But let's not all forget from what our presenters have been talking about, the issue of the carbon and biodiversity footprint within our food systems. We are reminded that our ag and food systems are actually responsible of 26% of emissions. And that implies that we need to reduce emissions within our ag and food systems. And one point that we need to be looking at is on the use of fertilizers. How do we reduce on the fertilizer leakages, because it is a big hotspot within our farming systems. Another one is actually on food loss and waste. As you look at the horticultural systems, we possibly can have a lot of food waste if this food does not get to the consumer or to the markets in time. I would like to say also that the different presenters really outline different methods of farming sustainably. And I would like to say that vertical farming is not also very new in Africa. We've used greenhouse farming methods, but we're also just using vertical farms within our urban food systems. People living in urban areas because of space, they're also using vertical farming systems. But I also want to say that the issue of organic farming is also not new in Africa. It's a movement that is actually taking up with more force than ever because of the biodiversity and healthy concerns in these areas. So I do understand that the issue of water, land, and energy that has been emphasized, that nexus that has been emphasized by our presenters, becomes very critical as we move forward with our discussions on transforming the food systems. But at every point, we need to remember that food systems are also degrading biodiversity. We just have done a study as WWF, which we shall be launching on the 12th in the morning at 9 at the Africa Pavilion. What is coming out is that food system drivers are really causing impacts on biodiversity and especially on conservation areas. Crop expansion actually being one of the bigger impacts in much of Africa. And the news which are not exciting is that this is not from commodities that are being exported. Most of this is actually from smallholder farming systems where we are having a lot of shifting cultivation, where we are having a lot of deforestation. So that implies that in Africa as a continent, as we try to feed people, we are really impacting on biodiversity. And this takes us back to the discussion that has been here. Very good practices that are coming out, organic farming, carbon farming, vertical farming, but still the issue of scale-up becomes a challenge. And I think our presenters have really outlined the role of research in scaling up. How do we get our researchers to support us in actually developing scalable innovations that can actually be easily adopted by our farmers? The question of profitability comes in, and it's coming out that organic systems are not heavily profitable, but we also want to say that organic systems should not carry a big price tag, because if it carries a big price tag, then it is going to discourage a certain level of buyers to be part of that process. It becomes actually exclusive. So we're looking forward to how can organic farming either be subsidized or heavily be supported by private sector so that we are getting a lot of innovations around it. In Africa, we are using compost, but it is bulky, and there are arguments that it's leading to a lot of labor within the farm. So how can we have innovations that make organic manure to be more lighter? It can easily be carried and actually be used in our farms in a very easy way. So those are critical questions we need to be asking ourselves. But on the brighter side, as I started, the organic movement is on. We are ready for the agroecology movement. Regenerative practices are out there and really guided by the FAO 10 elements, that one of them being circularity, and which we have been talking about. How do we build that circular bioeconomy? How do we have on-farm diversification so that we are actually building a big carbon base? And how do we actually continuously use organic manure so that we are not actually increasing on the fertilizer footprint? We know that more research is needed to actually ensure we don't have a lot of nutrient outflows, but also how do we ensure that the manure that we are talking about is actually supplying all the nutrients that the crops actually need, or what additives are actually needed in such systems? However, my argument has at times been that the impacts of unsustainable production can have a very big impact on our ecosystems and our health. We need to remember that whatever nutrients we are getting, they're actually as a result of the flows from the ecosystems. So we cannot really look into profitability alone, but we need to start discussing on how we are building in the ecological benefits as part of the profitability discussion. So it should not just be about the economic profitability, but we need to value production beyond economics and look at the impacts on nature. So at the end of the day, I know that farming must be profitable, but the youths are on us. They're actually telling us that we need to give hope. But giving hope does not mean we want to give just an economic hope, but the youth remind us that this ecological sustainability and social sustainability become very critical, that every time when we farm, we must ensure that we are leaving behind land that the coming generations can easily inherit and be happy about it. So let me finalize my remarks by saying that we need to actively change the way we farm, but we need to look at farming beyond profits by ensuring that the practices we are talking about actually reduce the footprint of our food production systems, but also we need to actually protect biodiversity in everything we do. Thank you so much, and thank you, our panelists, for bringing out critical issues that have given me words that I have given in the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And with your kind words, I think it's time to close the panel and the discussion. And thanks for the audience.
Welcome everybody to this, once again, fantastic event in the Nordic Pavilion. Food says so on my card, and I guess we can all agree that food engages us like nothing else. Food is a central part of our lives, and it plays a pivotal role for our health and our well-being. And, of course, it's a crucial part of all of our cultures. We are gathered around food every single day. We express our cultural, our national, and our ethnic identity through the food we eat. Lack of food or insufficient access to food leave 783 million people going to bed hungry every single day. And up to 47 million people are on the brink of famine. Inadequate diets are prevalent in countries all over our globe. Malnutrition in all its forms, from undernutrition to overweight and obesity, are affecting people worldwide. And this leads to non-communicable diseases with huge costs to our public sectors and long-lasting effects for families, for communities, and for countries. So this is the case in the Nordic countries that I represent, and it's also the case in most countries around the globe. And in addition to the health challenges, the current state of our food systems also causes more than 1/3 of all the CO2 emissions in the world. And our food production is the leading cause of biodiversity loss. So, trying to setting the scene for this event here today makes it easy to kind of fall into despair. But despite having started on this rather somber note, I don't think that food should be seen upon as the problem. So instead, I would really like to focus on the great potential of our food systems. We know that if we are to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, we need major changes to our food systems. Healthy and sustainable diets are simply a prerequisite for the SDGs. There are no pathways to limit global warming to 1.5 or 2.0 degrees that does not include changes to our food systems. We can never phase out food like we will do it with fossil fuels, such as oil and gas. Food is oil and coal, of course, because food is essential to life itself. So in the Nordics, we have agreed on 3 goals that will guide us forward in this endeavor. First of all, we want to accelerate the green transition of our food systems. Secondly, we want to build competitive food systems with sustainability at its core. And then thirdly, we want to strengthen resilience of our food systems. So we are happy hosting this food systems takeover in the Nordic Pavilion today in order to focus on our food systems from production to consumption as an integral part of climate action. We want to create this space where we do not only discuss production, but where we also discuss the interlinkages between food consumption, health, and climate. This year, the Nordic region took, I have to say, a brave step towards a more healthy and sustainable food consumption, because we released the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations. Here it is. It's fantastic. Yes, so good. And you know, this one is really, really an evidence-based. It's not just someone who sat down and wrote this huge book. No, this is evidence-based recommendations in the globally leading, and it is, I have to say, it is the globally leading publication of its kind. And for more than 4 decades, and actually in 5 previous editions, the Nordic nutrition recommendations has served as the basis for national food-based dietary guidelines for the school meals and other public meals in the Nordics and also in the Baltic countries. And luckily, it has also inspired many other countries and organizations globally. So this 6th edition of the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations, why did I say that it was brave? It was brave because what it does is that it, for the first time, integrates environmental aspects into the recommendations for the first time. It provides recommendations not only about which food is good for our health, but also for the first time, which food is good for the planet. So it is a very important and very concrete step to tackle the interlinkages challenges between health, food, and climate. And then another good thing is that the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations is an open source. It's accessible for anyone. And we are confident that it can provide a tool for other regions and other countries to use in their work. It gives you a framework for healthy and sustainable eating that can be adapted to national context. So this is an important contribution that we know several countries in different regions already are looking at, and thank you for doing that. So I really hope that you will find the insights in this session both thought-provoking but also inspirational, because we actually, no surprise, we need to take action. We need to take action now, not tomorrow, now. And food systems transformation is a very powerful way to start. So before I hand over to my friend Rune Blomhoff to present the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations, allow me just to make a short commercial break, but just telling you that we flag that tomorrow evening we are actually hosting an official side event about health, climate and food within the official UNFCCC program together with Finland and WHO. So that's tomorrow, well, late afternoon, tomorrow evening, I think it's at 7:30. There's more information. I think it's supposed to be in the back where, oh, there it is. Where, but I mean what time it is and so on, it's here. Anyway, I think it's at 6:30 tomorrow. And I hope to see you also there tomorrow, and please spread the word. Rune, I've talked a lot, so sorry, but now here's the man who has some very, very important information to share with you. So thank you and welcome.
Okay, thank you for a very nice introduction. So, as you know, NNR is a collaboration between the eight Nordic and Baltic countries. It was initiated in the early 70s, and it has resulted in 6 previous reports. The last report was published in June this year. Several hundred scientists, international leading scientists, were behind the most recent edition. It took more than 4 years to develop this report, and it consists of several thousand pages, 80 background papers, and you just saw the summary report. That was a book of 400 pages. So it's a massive amount of work. The main milestone was to define a healthy and environment-friendly diet based on best available science. NNR is science advice to the authorities in these 8 countries. And NNR is science advice to the authorities in these 8 countries. NNR is a major fundament for national policies. It is a major foundation for food labeling, nutrient declaration, fortification, advice on supplements, school meals, nursing homes, hospitals, health professionals, tube feeding, parenteral nutrition, national surveillance, food industry, and it's also for the basic document for science and education in the Nordic and Baltic countries. So NNR has high trust, and it is used a lot as a basic fundament for the policies in the Nordic and Baltic countries. So NNR 2023, first we synthesize evidence on health effects using high quality systematic reviews. We have harmonized and improved the methodologies for systematic reviews used by other authorities in the world, such as the methodologies used by the National Academy of Sciences in the US, Dietary Guidelines for Americans, World Cancer Research Fund, EFSA in Europe, WHO and FAO. We have developed novel inclusion and exclusion criteria and quality criteria for qualified systematic reviews. And then we have identified all qualified systematic reviews with high quality from all the major authorities in the world. We have also developed new de novo qualified systematic reviews with high quality from on novel topics in the NNR project. And finally, we have used all of these to summarize and synthesize, as well as other high-quality reports, to synthesize current evidence on the health effect of foods. Then, the environmental effect of food consumption was synthesized from major systematic reviews, such as the UN Climate Report, the UN Biodiversity and Ecosystem Report, as well as 5 large de novo reviews on the environmental impact of food consumption that we developed within the NNR project. A main observation is that integration of environment as an endpoint strengthen and support the healthy dietary guidelines. What is good for the health is also good for the environment. Based on all of these background papers, we formulate healthy and environment-friendly dietary guidelines for the Nordic and Baltic countries. We conclude that there is a strong and convincing evidence for shifting to a more plant-based dietary pattern. We recommend a predominantly plant-based diet, between 500 and 800 grams of vegetables, fruit and berries per day. We recommend pulses, potatoes, 90 grams of whole grains per day. We recommend between 300 and 450 grams fish per week, 20 to 30 grams nuts per day, maximum 350 grams red meat per week based on health, and we advise the national authorities to reduce it substantially below 350 due to environmental concerns. Moderate intake of low-fat dairy products, minimal intake of processed meat, alcohol, and processed foods containing high amounts of fat, salt, and sugar. While NNR is science advice to national authorities in the Nordic and Baltic countries, we suggest that it also offers the framework for other countries and regions, since it probably is the most comprehensive, high-quality, systematic review on health and environmental effect of food consumption. Health effect of food and many environmental effects, they are global. I mean, what affects the diet that affects health in Norway and Sweden and Denmark and the other Nordic and Baltic countries is the same as those that affect health in Japan, US, and African countries, in all over the world. The health effect is the same. That is why we should collaborate on the synthesis of evidence. This calls for even more international collaboration and harmonization, as we have done in the NNR project. When this is said, it is also important to remember that national dietary guidelines must, in addition, take into account the local context, such as food culture, food availability, and public health challenges in each individual country. But globally, and especially in affluent countries, we need to move towards a much more plant-based dietary food, plant-based food system. We need to identify and reduce the barriers that facilitate such a shift. Thank you for your attention.
Keep that applause going. This is a major report. Keep it going. And I want to reiterate what Karen said earlier about this report being very brave to connect the environmental with the health aspects. So I'd like to invite my panelists up to the stage, please. Gunhild, Fatu, and Lawrence, please. So while they're getting comfortable, I will introduce myself. Nice to see you. My name is Danny Nierenberg. I am president and co-founder of Food Tank, which is a research and advocacy organization. Nice to see you. With a mission to really highlight stories of hope and success in food and agriculture systems across the globe. And that's one of the reasons I'm so excited to be here today with these three incredible change makers at this amazing pavilion. Happy Food Day at COP28, everyone. We worked really hard for this. Let's celebrate it. I think often at COP we get very bogged down in what's not happening in the way that we want. This is what we wanted all along. Pavilions focused on food and agriculture and a day devoted to that. So we should be celebrating, and we can do that later at the reception. So I am really, really excited to be here to discuss the interconnectedness between food systems, health, nutrition, and climate. We will dive into the question, how can we eat for our health while preserving the health of our planet? So we have a wonderful conversation planned, and I just want to quickly introduce all of our panelists. First, we have Stefanos Fotou, the director of the United Nations Food Systems Coordination Hub. Give him a round of applause, please. Big one. We have Dr. Lawrence Haddad, the Executive Director of the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, GAIN. You can clap for yourself. And last but not least, we have Dr. Gunhild Storlund, the founder and Executive Chair of EAT. So give her a big round of applause. And I want to thank them all for being here. I know it's been a long day, it's been a long COP, but we really have to keep the momentum and the excitement going. So Stefano, if I can start with you, following the interventions from Rune and Karen that set the scene for this event, I'm wondering if you can sort of further elaborate on why climate and nutrition are so closely connected and interlinked.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all. I would think they are interconnected on the basis of 3 points as far as I understand them. One is the point that I will call the problem. The problem that the way that agri-food systems work together are creating for both our climate and our nutrition issues. So the way that agri-food systems are working today, not because they are producing food, but they are not producing the food the way that it should be produced, is creating both externalities for the environment and for health. And actually, we recently had from FAO a very important study that it showed how much is these externalities. There was a study that it focused on the so-called the hidden cost of food. And it put this figure to approximately 12 trillion, yes, US dollars. This is more than 10% of the global GDP. And most of this, I think over 60% of this is on the health issues. And then we have also social issues and environmental issues. So the problematic point of view is one leak. The second point of view, it's the potential solution. I'm hesitating to say solution because it's not happening so far. But it's the potential solution that agri-food solutions are climate solutions, and both of them are health solutions. I mean, what most comprehensive solution than the nutrition recommendations we see here, yeah? I've seen a lot of papers now coming out and showcasing that you can have a balanced diet, that it will improve health, and at the same time, it will do good to the planet. And all of them, they do contain amounts of meat protein. Right. So we hear here, 400 grams of fish per week, 350 grams of meat. this is almost a kilo of meat per week per person. That's less than what I was eating when I was a boy in my family. And that was a healthy diet we had. The third point, and I want to focus on the third point, is both of them are governed by what I used to call an evolutionary process of institutional change. So both the climate system, the nutrition and food systems are systems that evolve. And we do have the potential, although not always the overall control, to make this evolution work for both the climate and the nutrition. It's like in biology where you have a very big pool of genes, and at the end, nature decides on some rules on what will be the predominant genes. Here we have ideas, and I think we do have processes, and these processes include the multi-stakeholder partnerships, that they can select these ideas and make this evolution work for both the climate, the diets, and the environment.
Thank you so much. And it makes so much sense. Of course, give him a round of applause. I love that you're keeping the energy going without me having to tell you. This is awesome. I mean, I think it makes so much sense that what's good for the planet is good for human health and vice versa. But I think, you know, given what Stefano has said, I'm wondering if you, Lawrence and Gunhild, can talk about the importance of multi-sectoral partnerships when we're working toward healthy and sustainable diets. That is key. And Stefano, you can comment on this as well. Gunhild?
Thank you, and very excited to be here at the first food day ever at a COP, so thank you. Yeah, so I would say a couple of things about multi-stakeholder partnerships. First, we really need to build consensus around the 1.5 degree set of, or equivalent set of targets, because it's a problem when we are trying to rally the world behind something we are not totally in agreement on. So, and obviously the Paris Climate Agreement and the 1.5 degree limit has been incredibly important, not because of the legal aspects in the agreement, but because it has represented a North Star that the world now is rallying behind. So since that doesn't exist, we have now set up the second iteration of the Eat Lancet Commission with some really important upgrades, including integrating social justice for the first time, because at the end of the day, this boils down to a just transition. But then in terms of multi-stakeholder partnerships, obviously there will be winners and there will be losers, and there will be many, and there are very many vested, entrenched interests, a lot of money at stake, and those who are benefiting from the status quo, a dysfunctional food system that is causing so much harm on people and planets and social injustice, as you were referring to, Stefanos. We need to identify those winners across sectors, and we have a unique opportunity because food is spanning across so many of the most important things in society. We have, as Stefanos said, the most co-benefits is around dietary shifts. The health burden is enormous, and health is a universal argument that everyone understands. So mobilizing the health community and getting them to push for the changes we need to see, from institutional setup to changes in policies, from agricultural subsidies through public procurement and dietary guidelines, etc., etc. And then it's also about obviously understanding that and navigating that political economy. The losers, how can you compensate them and even make them winners and create new opportunities? So without multi-stakeholder partnerships, we won't get anywhere. So Lawrence, you can take it away from there. I guess you agree.
I agree with her. Can I answer a different question?
Of course. You can do whatever you want, Lawrence Haddad.
Can I talk about ICANN?
Of course. Of course.
The next question. So I wanted to pick up on what Stefanos and Gunhild said. First of all, thank you, Nordic Council, for inviting me. So Stefanos said the relationships between food and climate, and nutrition and climate, pretty fundamental, really. There's no real, and you know, Eat Lancet was the first major report that brought these two worlds together. Kudos for you. And you're going to fix all the things that were wrong with the first one and the second one. No, but it really was a landmark. I said it at the time, a landmark report. So the question is, how do we operationalize those linkages at the country level. So I'm excited about this report. We just finished this, ICAN is the Initiative on Climate Action and Nutrition. It was launched last COP. For the past year, it's been working on 2 reports. The first report, which was led by FAO, which says, what are the win-win actions? What are they? What does the evidence say? The second report, which is led by GAIN, which says, how connected are these 2 worlds in terms of things that are sort of a locus for decision-making? So, for example, NDCs. How many NDCs say anything about nutritious food? 2%. How many NAPs say anything about nutritious food? 16%. How many public procurement policies say anything about climate and sustainability? Like 10% of them. How many food-based dietary guidelines, which, like what Rune just presented, congratulations on that massive report as well, how many of those food-based dietary guidelines talk about sustainability? Actually, more than I thought, about 40% of them do. What's really interesting is that these 2 worlds are not connected where it counts. Let's talk about finance. How many Green Climate Fund grants in the last 2 years have anything to do with nutritious foods? 3%. I was sitting with the COO of the Green Climate Fund on a previous panel, and I said it was 3%, and I said, but don't worry, because you're better than the rest of the climate finance. They're only at 1%. So there's so many opportunities for the climate champions to populate this food and nutrition world to their benefit, but also for the nutrition and food people to populate the climate world to their benefit, and then actually maybe we can stop talking about 2 or 3 different worlds and just one.
And stop having so many pavilions and have just one big conversation about this. I want to get to the finance question because I think that's very important. And Lawrence, I'm wondering, you know, you're talking about like the lack of finance. How can we redirect that finance? What is needed to make that happen? What is the pathway that we need to get to?
So I think I always say there are 5 pressure points that need to be pushed, and they need to be aligned. So the first is consumers. Private sector always say it's only consumers, but that's not right. Consumers are important, but that's not the only lever. Investors are the other lever, really, really important. Governments, of course, need to be really bold and brave about what they do when it comes to incentivizing these shifts towards sustainable consumption. Workers, employees are really important, especially in higher income countries, especially younger employees. They're really challenging. My own, again has a workforce nutrition program only because the young employees at GAIN said, what the hell, Lawrence, you're talking about workforce nutrition for everyone else and we don't have one. So, and then finally, the 5th pressure point, I think, is the leading companies. The leading companies creating a differentiator for themselves commercially, showing that it can be done. So I think when all 5 of those things are lined up, like and the English call it a fruit machine. I don't know what it's called, but it's like those things in casinos, you know, you pull the one-arm bandit. You pull them. When all 5 of those things are lined up, it's a jackpot.
Slot machine.
Slot machine.
Gunhild, I know you have a lot of thoughts on the finance angle of all of this.
I do, and just to follow on to what Lawrence said, the problem today is that if we look into the outcomes we need to see for not only climate, but for planetary boundaries, health and nutrition, social inclusion, and then you look at where are current capital flows going, it's so shockingly misaligned. So there needs to be a revolution in how finance is flowing, whether it's philanthropy, public, private, or ODA funding. And right now, talking about investors, carbon is easy, food is very complex. And right now, they are not understanding systems risks. They don't invest in systems opportunities. And we don't have the framework that allows us to measure success in a more multifaceted way, which food systems transformation is calling for. And many will also say food systems and food in general is very risky. So unless we have collaboration there as well, where we have public and development funding, private funding, obviously the big asset management companies starting to pool funding, we won't get to where we need to be, and we have a decade to go according to the science. So we have actually set up with partners, including UNEP and the World Business Council, and something called the Fair Investment Coalition, something called the Good Food Finance Network, to identify the risks and opportunities and help finance actors coming together and pool finance in new ways, and also connect different funds and facilities and pool that with new funding. And if you, back to Stefano's points about the true cost of food and the opportunities that we can create, this needs to be reflected in ESG frameworks. We have TCFD on disclosure on climate, TNFD on nature. None of these are picking up food systems in a good way, and health and nutrition is left out. So this is really an urgent need to get finance to move to better food for all with a social dimension.
Just jump in before, sorry, there's clapping. Just before Stefanos comes in, I mean, I don't think the food system is broken. That's a radical suggestion. It's not broken, it's responding exactly to the incentives it's been given. And it's all the wrong incentives. Food is not priced properly. It's not priced properly for environment. It's not priced properly for health. It's not priced properly for equity. Until we price it properly, we're just going to be stuck with the same system. We can twiddle at the edges and fiddle at the edges and maybe make some incremental gains. But also, I think pricing it doesn't have to be a big bang either. We see states here, districts there that are procurement policies here that are trying to build these kind of dimensions in. But we need more. We need to stop arguing about what's the best metrics and just start using them.
Yeah, start doing it. Stefanos.
I want to build up on 2 points, one from Gunhild and from Lawrence. And I want to emphasize a lot, Gunhild, congratulations when you said that there's going to be winners and losers. Because I think this is a very big realization. And sometimes we are living in the schizophrenia of the win-win. And win-win is not a natural thing. I mean, for the last 300 years, when we have the modern development, there's a big win, which is called profit. Maybe with the development paradigm of the last century, we have some small wins, like in health, in education, in poverty, that's all. And we have big losses. And the losses is always the inequality, is the society, is the environment, is the climate, is the biodiversity. So there's no win-win. And I think the multi-stakeholder partnerships, they need to focus on what is a just transition and the one that is going to lose, because there should be someone that they should lose. So if we talk about fossil fuel phase out, then it's obvious that fossil fuel companies will be losers. But they will adapt to this, yeah? And they can have a just transition and they can know how to adapt. The second point, it's the 5 imperatives, Lawrence, of the finance. I agree with all of them. I would like to go one level a bit more proactively, and I will say that we need to use some tools in these 5 imperatives. So you talk about the consumers and the investors. I'll use one example of another industry that it was not broken, it was responding to many things, but it was killing people, and that's the tobacco industry. And about 30 years ago, there was a realization in the governments that this thing needs to stop. And there was a number of tools that they were used, from pricing tools, from taxation, from regulation, and for the consumers, there was also the famous choice editing. Yeah, we don't see advertisements of tobacco, I think, the last 20 years. You don't see the tobacco being visible right now. Well, I think that some food should be handled as tobacco. And we need the same kind of tools, both financial and behavioral.
I just need to follow up on that, Stefanos, because there's a lot to learn from tobacco, but I would not agree that we should treat food as tobacco, because every cigarette is bad for you. Food is a much more nuanced picture. So, but also to what you said about the multi-stakeholder coalitions, there are some interesting examples to learn from other sectors. In Latin America, governments, they raised taxes on sugar. How was that possible? Obviously, huge economic interest in the sugar-sweetened beverage industry, but they build that multi-stakeholder partnerships to make it happen. And another example which is worth learning from is Bolivia. They have financed school meals, healthy school meal programs based on tax revenue from, or a tax on hydrocarbons. And this is all about building broad support. For the Nordic dietary guidelines to be implemented, we need enough support that policymakers actually can be re-elected once they are doing this. And if you link tax revenue to something that has either reaches poor households or that gets support amongst a broad audience, then you have a much more higher chance to succeed. And then the final point is the involvement of different stakeholders. Doing consultations and inviting people to the table is a very important strategy to get this right.
And to get that alignment that's needed, that was talked about before. I'm wondering, when we're talking about incentives for behavioral change, when we're for consumption of food, how do we make sure that we're taking the local context, place-based, specific cultural norms into account? And I mean, I think, Gunhild, that was a criticism of the first Eat Lancet report. I know you're working very hard to rectify that with the 2.0 report. What are your thoughts on that?
Thanks for asking. That was actually one of the, I wouldn't say mistakes, because it was really complicated to get this integrated framework in place. The commissioners spent twice as much as the time that the Lancet gave them. So only integrating health and planetary boundaries for the first time was difficult enough. But as Lauren said, we have really now listened, and obviously I'm not on the commission, but the commissioners have listened to the criticism and the fact that it was a global framework, one global reference diet. In Norway, the farmers and many of the stakeholders said this has no relevance whatsoever to us and our reality. And obviously Norway, which is a grassland, 3% arable land, it has different conditions for production, etc. So what Eat Lancet 2.0 is now doing as another important upgrade, responding to the criticism that was fair, is to look at regional downscaling. So what does a planetary health diet, a healthy and sustainable diet, what does it look like in different regions around the world? And that will be different, but that will also allow for actors and policymakers to integrate this into food-based dietary guidelines and into policy making. So obviously understanding that context-specific nature of food, and not at least culture, is so important for this to fly. So I hope that Eat Lancet 2.0, when it comes out in 2025, I think it will settle some of the controversy that has been around that Molotov cocktail landmark report.
Well, and it will really provide tools which are necessary. And I think that's, it's not just this global context, it's like really getting deep into it.
And one additional thing, I think what we should have in all countries is really a downscaling, doing their own national scientific assessments with health, with planetary boundaries and social inclusion at the center, and then also do economic cost assessments, because that will also give governments the power and motivation to act. If they see how much they can actually save over the healthcare budget or other, they can actually provide more support to farmers, and not at least in terms of building resilience. This, at the end of the day, is a national security agenda, and I mean, we are in the Middle East. This is really important for the things that we care the most about, but really having the evidence, both the scientific, locally specific, and also the economic analysis and understanding the political economy will be really important for national food system strategies to succeed.
Thank you, Gunhild. Lawrence.
I'll be disappointed if there are no controversies.
There will be.
Okay, good.
There will be, don't worry.
Good. On shifting diet.
It's never socially acceptable to come out with something new. Do you know that?
I know. Shifting diets is one of the hardest things, I think, around. But there is hope, because food's like everything, there's come into fashion and fall out of fashion. So that gives you hope that we can change preferences. So just think about avocado and in Northern Europe, and where did that come from 10 years ago? But I was in Tanzania a couple of months ago, walking around, looking at some of the fields and some of the areas that our small and medium enterprises draw from, and we were looking for low income, low cost, affordable, nutritious, environmentally sustainable foods, and there were these green leafy vegetables everywhere. And then I was saying, are they edible? And yet the people walking me around, my team in Tanzania, were saying, yeah, they're edible. So why aren't we using them in any of the foods? Why aren't the SMEs using them? And they said, well, because people think they're goats' foods. They're for animals, but their grandparents and even their parents used to consume them. So we need to be smarter about revalorizing foods. And the private sector is absolutely brilliant at this. There's this comparison that I like. The Australians had a 5+2 campaign, 5 vegetables plus 2 fruits a day. And their poster for it was a picture of 5 vegetables and 2 fruits, and with the words, "Go for it." So if there are any Australians in the audience, I apologize for dissing your campaign. The private sector, there's a brilliant picture on a telephone booth, which shows you how old it is, in New York City, which says, you can never be too thin. And it's a picture of chocolate-covered thin pretzels. It's brilliant. It's absolutely, it's terrible, but it's brilliant. It makes you think that thing I care about, being thin, somehow will be addressed by buying these chocolate-covered thin pretzels. They don't even talk about food. They don't talk about nutrition. So we in nutrition and health have to drag people we have to drag nutrition and health to the things they care about, not the other way around.
Stefanos.
Well, first of all, I agree with you. Food should not be treated as tobacco. I say some food. I will insist on the some, and we can discuss outside. I can even say which some is this, but I will not say it in public. Yeah. Oh, no way. Okay, no way. No.
Sugar-sweetened beverage.
So the question is how we localize, how we adapt. I think by going back to the idea of the food systems, because what we do here and what the Lancet is doing is looking at the diet and on the environment. But these are two of the many elements of the food system. We need to bring into the discussion, I don't know if it's possible to bring in the Lancet, but when you try to adapt, you bring the issue of food security, of food accessibility, of food affordability. This morning, I was talking from a good colleague from the Good Food Institute, Bruce. I don't know if I remember correct the numbers, but I think he told me that there's about 1.5 billion people that they don't eat enough meat, and about 2-point-something billion people that they eat too much meat. So it is a thing also of distribution. And when the discussion is coming to the distribution, it's coming very political because we know that we need to talk about redistribution. It's not about redistribution of food. You don't redistribute the food, but it's redistribution of resources. It's about the trade patterns. So my question will be, when we talk about healthy diets in Africa, should we take into account the trade patterns that more or less they have been imposed to Africa because of the way that the global food system, which is not broken, is working today?
Thank you, Stefanos. We have 2 minutes left. This went by much quicker than I thought it would. I want to, because it's Food Day at COP, and it's the first one, I want each of you to spend about 30 seconds giving a call to action to policymakers as well as eaters and who are listening on the live stream and in the audience. So Gunhild, I'll start with you.
First, I just need to say that I'm very proud to be Norwegian today because Norway is part of the Alliance of Champions for Food System Transformation and has committed to take a whole of government approach. We can't talk about healthy, sustainable diets for all unless governments start to subsidize what we actually want people to eat and reflect their own recommendations through public procurement, fiscal policies, and really start aligning the whole political toolbox and put money behind the commitments based on science.
Yeah, exactly. No, I've got the microphone. I'm not giving it up. So COP26 in Glasgow said, here's the door that says food. COP28 in Egypt kicked that door down And COP28 here is saying, welcome, run through it and do stuff. So it's not just about governments. All of us have to go through that door and do stuff. And we have to do it not on our own, if we're all food champions, not on our own, we have to do it with the climate champions. So that's my plea to everyone.
We all have a role to play.
Thank you.
I want to reinforce one point I talked in the previous panel, something that I start to call a cross-fertilization of accountability between the partners. I want to see the civil society questioning the private sector questioning the foundations, and the foundations questioning the civil society on their own terms, how accountable are one to each other.
Thank you, Stefanos. What a great way to close this panel out. Please give them a round of applause. This is great. I know. We need another 2 hours. Happy Food Day again to you all. I'd like to invite Anne Beath Twinnerheim, I'm so sorry, the Minister of International Development for Norway to the stage. Is she not here? No, so I made a mistake. So I will invite Karen back to the stage to give closing. No, I'm just going to close this out. I'm so sorry. We have a reception planned. Please enjoy, eat, drink, and be merry. Thank you all.